Hello, hello. I see that we have around 13 participants. So maybe we can begin. So I will share a brief slide about our workshop. Hope you can see my slide. If not, please let me know. So we organize the metaverse for digital commons and virtual economy. This is a joint workshop with another ISMAR workshop this year because we are share. Hello, can you hear me? No.
Okay.
Okay, you can. Okay. Okay, we'll continue the introduction. Okay. So we also share the MetaSys first workshop on metaverse systems and applications. So we can see that we have 4 organizers for the digital commons and economy. And so Dr. Chen Yang and from Hefei University of Technology, and also his colleagues, Professor Jiang Yuanchun and Professor Liu Yezheng, they are definitely the expert in the digital commons and virtual economy, as they have a national lab in their university, especially in the School of Management. I'm Yu Yawang and School of OK. Probably there is a table. I'm come from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. So this is wrong, unfortunately. And this is organizer of MetaSys. So Professor Pan Hui and many of his colleagues, Professor Tristan Broad and Professor Li Hang Li, and Professor Li, and he also will be the invited speaker in this keynote in this workshop. He will give us his talk, and Professor Zhou Pengyuan and Professor Raymond Chen, and we have received many papers for this workshop. So today we will present the following. So in 3 hours, and of course we have the talk from Professor Li Hang Paul, and he's from Korea Advanced Institute of Technology, and he is also a director of the Augmented Reality and Media Lab. And he will give us a talk about the digital big bang in the metaverse area. Yes. Okay, thank you. So I think next we can begin with the first presentation. So I will stop my sharing and begin with the first talk. So
who is the next presenter?
Yan Zhiqiang. Yeah, I think you are the first.
Okay, I'm here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
Okay, let's. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be the first report to introduce our work. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Zhiqiang, a senior angel from Huawei Technology Company. Our team focuses on applying AI technology to intelligence operation and maintenance work in the telecom field to create the industrial competitive AI products and solutions. Now, AI with artificial intelligence technology has brought new opportunities to the field of operation and maintenance. Today, we mainly introduce two works that will apply AR and AI technology to the field of operation and maintenance. Okay, let's first distinguish between the two technology, augmented reality and virtual reality. Among them, AR technology superimposes virtual data on the real world, while where technology is fully immersive experience that replaces the real world. Virtual reality is completely independent of the real world, and its users are more controlled by the system. Users using AR technologies can activate with the virtual environment in the real world. Taking the application of tourism as an example, the application of VR technology focuses on remote virtual visits to the museum, while the technology of AR technology mainly provides users with more data and information in the process of tourism in the real world. And the Apple CEO Tim Cook also said in a recent interview with the media that AR technology is the future trend, and AR devices will be ubiquitous as smartphones and the internet in the future. And we have just introduced concepts and the importance of augmented reality in order to achieve a seamless integration of virtual and real scenes. AR technology mainly rely on three key technologies: intelligent display, three-dimensional space registry, and human-computer interaction technology. Intelligent display technology, in addition to the AR technology development libraries and the three-dimensional rendering engines, AR technology-based smart hardware is developing more rapidly, such as the head-mounted AR devices, AR glasses, vehicle HUDs, and smartphones. And in order to overlay the contextual information, AR device must also understand the surrounding environment. So positioning and the visual recognition technology are introduced. Currently, can be based on image real-time recognition tracking and the scenes-based object motion tracking, and the integration of the both. With the human motion capture and gesture recognition, AR technology allow users to achieve interact with virtual objects in a realistic scenery in a more accurate way, while assisting the gradually matured virtual recognition and other multimode interactions. Currently, consumer orange AR device had not yet gained widespread popularity in the market. However, AR has been popular on smartphones for a long time. The two most popular type of application today are AR filters for social software and AR games. Among the various types of applications, we focus on some key applications in the area of social gaming, education, and e-commerce. Currently, social software is primarily application of AR, and the popularity of AR has been driven by excellence of Snapchat software, and the FaceTime and TikTok has integrated similar AR features. In AR games, Pokemon Go has been global success, leading the way for AR games, and AR is also used to create new and interesting education experience. The Big Bang, such as, for example, the Big Bang AR app, which use AR to show the formation of the universe starting with the Big Bang. In the real space, AR applies virtual objects onto actual objects, allowing consumers to try before they buy. In another way, the enterprise is the domain application area for headset device as opposed to the consumer space. Headset AR device allow workers to free their hands and complete a task with the assisted of AR, whether the simple or the complex. For example, the DHL uses Google Glass to improve accuracy, productive, and efficiency in warehouse picking after a successful pilot AR glass now landed in DHL's global warehouse operations. Quaker offers Fireflies as AR headset with an in-front camera that navigate Fireflies to environments that are difficult to see. And a team at Imperial College is already using HoloLens to perform CT scans, overlaying pre-image 3-dimensional digital models on patients' lips in reconstructive surgery. And now, our team focuses on the MS in telecom industry. The telecom industry is a combination of communication technology and the information technology with a large number of physical facilities and equipment. The acceptance testing and the maintenance of this equipment requires efficient maintenance time. At the same time, maintenance personnel need to have a certain degree professional knowledge and ability to detect it and troubleshoot. AR technology can help solve these difficulties faced by engines in telecom industry. By overlaying virtual information on the real world. Now, the first work is AR assistant inspection. At important assets of telecom companies, base stations undertake the core function of ensuring communication security. So, therefore, base station construction quality assessment and the routine maintenance are important tasks in our industry. In the past, field engineers to check item by item according and then upload the inspection results to the system. The exciting process consumes a lot of time for taking photos and reviewing photos. So we propose the solution with AR and AI technology to detect problems in time. Generation reports reduce work time and optimize workflow. And the number of check items can be divided into 3 categories according to the realization technology. Checking for the presence and absence of equipment, check for anomalies and check for numbers. The inspection and the counting of devices can be achieved by deploying-based object detection technology, such as the BASRCN model and the YOLO model. And another scenarios that needs to check is the display numbers of various devices, such as air conditioner, temperature, meter reading, and this can be solved with the OCR technology. Thanks to the development of AR technology, field engineers can now perform video inspection of base stations, since greatly reducing work time and improving work efficiency. The field engineers open the app on the AR device and transmit the base station images to the AI system in real time through the camera for completing the identification of novelty discovery and the screen reading of the equipment. Finally, the AI system generates inspection reports in real time and point out where the abnormalities are located, getting the engineers to carry out the next work. In conclusion, the role of AI technology in this work is reduce the workload of on-site personnel and help field engineers more accurately locate the equipment where the abnormal problem occur, and the inspection capacity of AI and AI reduce the edit work of managers and optimize the process. And the second work is AI assisted equipment maintenance. When the equipment fails occurs, how to quickly locate the cause of the problem, timely troubleshooting, and how to seek help remotely are all the challenges faced by the field maintenance engineers. In traditional maintenance work, field engineers need to carry a lot of equipment and information, find work orders information and alarm data from the backend system. And as a system face different products and equipment need to query different products menus. This work occurs a lot of consumes a lot of time. To solve this problem, we apply the AI technology to the field of telecom equipment maintenance. When our equipment fails,
you don't have many time left.
Okay.
Maybe you can accelerate to for
okay,
the rest.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The one equipment fails, the field engineers scan the information of the equipment and the AI system overlay to work out the alarms and other data. And when he can't solve the problem through the help function of AI system, Roman experts can participate in the field from the first field and help to decide the repair solution. In conclusion, this work with AI system maintenance engineers bring together the knowledge of many experts from back to equipment problems. And the conclusion of our work focuses on the how to use AI technology applied in telecom fields and ensures the AI technology can help engineers improve the efficiency and solve difficult problems in the telecom fields. And in future, we will. And in future, AI technology has the potential to bring out a real change, and is already starting to drive changes in the enterprise area. We can get aggressive in the future through the popular and field consumer grade AI applications on mobile phones, and with the launch of consumer grade AR headset and the deep integration with 5th generation networks, no application may be brought. At the same time, the real world will enhance will open up new possibilities. Okay, this is our work. Okay, this is our reference to the news and the papers. Okay, thank you. This is over.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. And we know that Huawei has many technologies about augmented reality. I don't know other participants have questions or not. If you have, you can ask. Okay, seems no questions because we are overrun.
Okay,
so
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to know how 5G can help the AR better apply.
And in interpretive fields, such as the medical and the disaster scenarios, AI application requires faster network rates and less network latency. I think this is where 5G network come in play to help AI technology. Okay, this is my answer.
Okay. Thank you for the answer.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so maybe we can move to the next presenter, Zhu Tingting. Yeah. Yeah, you may start sharing your slides.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Tingting Zhu. It's a teacher worked at School of Business, Nanjing University of Information Science and Technology. I have been invited here this morning to present my paper, The Impact of No-Immersive Virtual Reality Technologies on Consumers' Behaviors in Real Estate, a website's perspective. My talk will be in 4 parts: research question and significance, data collection and research hypotheses, results analysis, conclusion and discussion. First of all, I will be present research question and significance. With the development of technology, VR has grown by leaps and bounds. VR technology refer to the use of computers to generate a virtual world that can impose visual, auditory, and tactile sensations directly on members and allow them to observe and manipulate it interactively. Then, consumer behavior, which is defined as the study of consumers and the processes they use to choose, consume, and dispose of products and services, attracted the attention of a large number of researchers. Advances in technology have led to changes in consumer behavior and have increased the intelligence for academics to better understand and meet the needs of consumers. Compared to traditional formats, such as picture and video, the VR technology gives consumers a more realistic sensory experience that fully mobilize their perceptual genes, and this influences their consumer behaviors. VR is used in all aspects of life, including education, medicine, commercial marketing, and so on. In this paper, we choose the real estate sector to study. In the reality, the VR technologies is divided into immersive VR and no-immersive VR. Immersive VR usually utilizes the heat-mounted site to provide an engaging environment by surrounding in images, sound, or other stimuli. No-immersive VR technology is defined as that display virtual content via a computer screen without requiring additional equipment, and that utilizes traditional interfaces such as mouse or keyboard. There are extensive literature on immersive VR technologies called influence consumer behaviors of real estate products. Studies investigated how exploring the VR technology positively impacts consumers' feeling, attitude, and behavioral intention. As no immersive VR is not tied up in additional equipment, it is being used by an increasing number of online platforms for advertising and product marketing. Few studies have researched the impact of no immersive VR technologies on consumers' behaviors in real estate websites. In our paper, we choose to research no immersive VR. Previous researchers have examined the factors influencing consumers' behaviors through a consumer perspective and have utilized the questionnaires and all interviews to obtain data. There are some gaps here. Not exploring the factors influencing consumer behavior from a website's perspective, and not utilize the large-scale empirical data. This paper focuses on the impact of VR technologies on consumer behavior in the commercial marketing based on the website perspective. Meanwhile, we utilize real data creating from the website. This paper has 3 contributions. The first is contribute to the literature on consumer behavior about the impact of no immersive VR from a website's perspective. 2, to utilize real data sets for experiments and emphasize how using VR could influence consumers' behaviors for real estate website. 3, for website owners, they need to utilize VR to improve market efficiency and to provide eye-catching VR symbols for consumers. Then we will analyze the data collection and research hypotheses. The data is conducted on the real estate website Zillow. Zillow is a real estate marketplace company and focuses on assisting consumers to obtain property information online. When the consumer searches in the website, he or she views a list of properties, such as a figure A. Because these properties describe whether or not 3D tour is available in the top left corner, the user could choose whether to click on this property. After choosing the definitive house, he or she views a profile picture and several fundamental information, figure B. The information presented on the website contains stick picture, 3D home, map overviews, and so on. We summarize statistics of property attributes shown in the table, and based on previous literature, we summarize and select 7 factors to explore changes in consumer behavior. The 7 factors are time, price, price aid, enter, extra, pictures, 3D home. The price aid is defined as calculating the difference between the estimated market value and the selling price. If the difference is positive, the house has potential for appreciation. The extra is shown as the description of the extra features of the property based on the information of nearby school and neighborhood. The extra is calculated as this. This paper hypothesizes that no immersive virtual VR technology will have a significant impact on consumer behaviors from the website perspective in real estate. This resulted in the following hypotheses from 1 to 7. For example, the inter is defined as a number of words about the property based on the overview and facts and features from websites. The more words used in the inter, the more knowledge the consumer can gain about the property. Thus, the more likely they are to browse it. Then we will introduce result analysis. The study utilizes views as the dependent variable and assumes there is a significant relationship between consumer behavior and no immersive VR technology. The regression model used in this paper, the regression model is shown in the picture. The result of the regression analysis of the 7 independent variables with first entry and the dependent variables in table. Based on the table, for instance, the inter has a significant negative effect on increasing the number of views. The support of no immersive VR technology on the site has a highly significant positive relationship on increasing the number of views. It proves that utilizing no immersive virtual reality technologies on the site is the most important factor in attracting consumer to real estate web page. Finally, we will present discussion and conclusion. The conclusion of the paper is the use of no immersive VR technologies had a significant effect on increasing page views. The number of pictures was an important factor influencing the number of visitors on real estate websites, and that indicates that consumer and increasingly trusting and utilizing VR technology. Therefore, website managers should look for more opportunities to enhance the experience of virtual reality technology, increase the number of relevant influencers displayed on the website so that consumers can easily and quickly see eye-catching influencers. And there are 2 limitations. The first, limited to explaining the availability of VR technology, but both the presentation and the location of VR technology can have an impact on consumer behavior. 2, only consider the impact on websites, but the experience of using VR will vary depending on the type of consumer, their knowledge and experience. And for me, in the future, we will research, exploring the impact of no immersive VR technologies experience on consumers' behavior in the renter and buy market, and to research how consumers' view and saving behaviors are influenced by no immersive VR technology. Where I have covered the points that I needed to present today. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them in the time we have remaining. Also, we can contact after the meeting. Thanks for your patience.
Okay, thanks for your presentation, and it's very impressive. So we know that VR will hold plays an important role for the business and commerce, and see according to your analysis. And okay, and any people have some questions, you can ask.
Okay, I have a question. The VR technology is used in all aspects of life. Why did you choose the real estate sector for your research?
In China, the real estate website 贝壳 does a lot of advertising, and the focuses of the promotion is that they have VR technology. And for me, VR applications in real estate are the most accessible to me. Therefore, the real estate sector was chosen for research. Okay, this is my
Okay,
answer.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, maybe we move to the next. Zhang Meng, you here? Yeah, you may start sharing your slides.
Good morning, everyone. Today, it's my great honor to report here. My name is Zhang Meng, and I'm a study from Hefei University of Technology. The topic of my report is happiness prediction for VR application reviews, public signals for causal inference. Virtual reality is an important interaction technology in virtual 3D worlds. For the past few years, the exploring of the networks makes people pay more attention to the development of VR applications. In the meantime, due to its entertainment.
Excuse me, it seems the sound is not very good. May you check your speaker? Check your microphone. Hi, Zhang Meng.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, please.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Much better now.
Okay. Due to its entertainment and importance for consumers, more and more enterprises participate in the development of VR applications. In this context, some platforms designed for the conduction of VR applications are also rapidly increasing. An interesting phenomenon is that VR games, as representative of virtual products, are different from traditional products. Before buying a game, user can only know whether it has the expected requirements from the description of merchant or other user reviews. Online review for potential consumers with a valuable resource for purchasing decisions. However, the number of useful comments and the wide variation in the helpfulness of comments pose a significant barrier to their effective use, because the most helpful comments can be buried in a flood of low-quality comments. In our research, consumers evaluate the helpfulness of reviews by giving useful votes to other reviews. Recently, studies on review helpfulness prediction can be divided into empirical analysis and machine learning methods. The empirical analysis explores what new factors will affect the helpfulness of comments, and machine learning methods for helpfulness prediction focus on how to construct features or how to capture better representative. VR applications are different from products for traditional e-commerce websites. The VR applications are virtual products with several unique characteristics such as memory and thickness. Therefore, to better explore the impact of topic on the helpfulness of reviews, this paper aims to use online consumer reviews to identify potential and unique features for VR applications and take into account those variables to predict the review helpfulness. we propose a two-stage model. In the first stage, the proposed framework uses a standard topic model for topic feature extraction. In the second stage, we use inference methods to predict the real happiness. This is working flow diagram of the model. In our model, we first use the LDA model to discover the hidden semantic information in their application reviews. The parameters are estimated by those two formulas, and then we choose a classical cost model, namely DUI, to explore the relationship between topic feature and happiness for VR application. DUI contains 4 steps: for cost analysis, model, identify, estimate, and refute. We use linear regression to estimate causal effects. And in the last step, we refute the obtained estimates by using 3 robustness checks. We use VR game data from Oculus platform. The data description is shown in the red table. From the table results, we note the LDA model can identify a set of interpretive topics. For example, topic 1 is related to the installation program of VR applications and related semantic word content, download, install, and variant. We use previously described method to estimate the causal effect. The experimental results are shown in the table. At the same time, we test the model's prediction performance on 3 evaluation metrics, precision, recall, and F1 score. The results showing that our model achieved good prediction. We also designed 3 additional experiments to verify the topical causal regression model's robustness. I will mainly describe the first experiment as an example. If the assumption is correct, the causal effect is similar to that of the initial model, and its p-value should be greater than 0.05. As shown in the table, the model passes 3 robustness tests will also indicate that the model helps us to estimate the effect between topic feature and helpfulness. Finally, we give the weight of test topic features for the helpfulness of VR application reviews. As shown in the figure, the top 5 topics have a significant impact on the helpfulness of VR application reviews. In this paper, we propose a framework that combines topic modeling with causal inference for helpfulness prediction in the VR context. We focus on the joint analysis of topic feature, numeric feature, and so several confounders. In the future, we can design a unified modeling framework that incorporates both textual data and numerical data for modeling the helpfulness of VR applications. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Zaman, for the nice presentation. And any person has some more questions?
Okay, I have a question about this paper. You use natural language processing topic model approach to extract a lot of features about the web applications. So how do you explain the topic feature impact on the helpfulness on the reviews happiness? How to explain the result?
Thank you for your question. Let me illustrate with an example. We found that importance of topic 1 is greater than that of other topics. It reveals many consumers pay more attention to the download and installation of web applications. The underlying reason behind this is that the installation is the first step for user to explore via applications, and that's my answers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, due to the time limitation, so we may move to the next. Xu Hua. Yeah. And someone, maybe you can stop sharing your slides and give access to the next presenter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Xu Huahua from Hefei University of Technology, and I will report my paper next. The title of my paper is Explore and Interpret Correlations Among Web Applications. Virtual reality has often been depicted as a computer-simulated environment in which people can interact, learn, play, and purchase more naturally. It can provide users with special feelings and a visual or realistic behavior, bring users the ultimate immersive experience. Web applications are software programs that run on VR devices, including VR games, VR fitness, VR tourism, and so on. Many web applications have become very popular because of their entertainment and immersion. There are two representative web application platforms, Revelous and Oculus. Both of them have a variety of web applications and are popular with users. By observing the product purchased by a user on the platform and his comments on this product, it can be found that there was a connection between the product purchased by the user and their comments on this product are also connected. This is the purchase history of a user and her reviews of this product on the Oculus. We can see that she bought and reviewed through roller coaster games, and her reviews share some common topics such as dizzy immersive state. This raises the question of why the user buys these web applications, what's the relationship between these web applications, and what web features of these products users are mainly concerned about. The existing studies about relationships between products are mainly based on the product descriptions, user-generated contents, such as likes and clicks, or user feedback behavior like online reviews. However, most of the model single data ignores that customers' purchase history and post-purchase comments are not only highly correlated, but also have rich customer demands. In addition, most of the existing research on product relationship identification is based on the relationship at a product brand level without subdividing into the large scale level. Based on the above problems, we use the topic model to jointly model the user's purchase history and post-purchase comments. We utilize the good topic meaning ability and interpretability of the topic model to identify the relationship between products through the user's purchase history, and then use the user's post-purchase comments to explain the relationship identification results. The purchase history shows what the user purchased, and reviews reflect why the user purchased. As we can see from the left picture, the customer bought a roller coaster game because it was fast and intense. Based on the above questions, we conduct a study. The model we use is link latent delinquent allocation. As a classic topic model, LDA has good interpretability. However, LDA sometimes products unexplained topics, hence introduction of link LDA. The top half of the model is the topic distribution, which represents a product categories. The lower left part models the user's purchase history, and the lower right part models the user's comments. That is, inputting user purchase history to the left can get a submarket product distribution, and inputting reviews to the right gives a topic word distribution to provide explanation for the product relationship. We select a class Gibbs sampling algorithm for model inference. First, sum the topic and submarket assignment, which represent each word belongs to which topic and each product belongs to which submarket. And then we estimate the topic distribution, topic word distribution, and submarket product distribution. Next is the data presentation. We select Oculus as our empirical application as it's one of the most representative VR application platforms, and it has a wide variety of applications and a wide range of user groups. We use Python algorithm to crowd some data from the Oculus. For data processing, we first delete users with less than 2 comments, and then we divide the comments into words, remove stop words, and delete comments with fewer than 5 words. The final input dataset includes 2,845 web applications, 122,323 customers, and 198,301 reviews. The result side is the input data display. We input a line as a document. The first part is the user ID. The second part is the web application ID that the user has purchased, and the following words are the comments that the user has made. We present the submarket product distribution with 5 topics and 4 products and each topic. As we can see, the application and topic 1 are all horror games. Also, those and topic 14 are all music-related games, and so on. It can be seen that our model can identify relationship of different web applications well, but why these products will be grouped together? For example, the topic 13.4 includes roller coaster game, space game, boat game, and spin game. It's hard to explain. This needs to be explained by the topic word distribution. This is the topic word distribution, which can explain the relationship between products from a user's perspective. We can see the game and topic 1. From the user's perspective, they are all scary, scale, and horror. And in topic 14, song, music, and big are all music words. This perfectly explains the rationality of putting the games together. And the topic 13.4, the above games are motion, fast, and sickness, indicating that these games all give the user a sense of vertigo, so they can be put together and explained as sickness. Therefore, our model provides a good identification and explanation of the relationship between products. Then we make a user preference distribution map to class the users according to the learned content. There were 15 topics and 50 clusters in total. It can be seen that users with similar preference can be well clustered together. In summary, we use the link LDA to jointly model users' purchase history and post-purchase reviews. Experimental results show that link LDA performs well to identify relationship between large-scale web applications and provides a good explanation of the correlation among web applications. Through identifying the product relationship, we can accurately position products and promote accurate recommendation on the platforms, thus bring profits to the platform. As a future work, we can introduce the scoring data to analyze customer behavior or analyze products from the perspective of merchants. That's the end of my report. Thank you for your listening.
Thanks for your presentation. So we know that how to analyze the topic, the review the topic model for many VR applications in the Apple Store. And I don't know if other audience have some questions or not. You can ask here.
Okay, so so this model you used is link LDA. Is this model is existing model, existing approach used in previous studies, and how and why use this model to, why you use this model to solve your questions?
Okay, thank you for your question. As we all know, topic model has good interpretability, while the classical LDA often discovers some unexplained topics, hence introduce a link LDA, which can not only explore topics well, but also explore the explored topics perfectly. That's the reason why I choose it.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And okay, we can move to the next presenter, Qiyuan Hu. You can start sharing your slide.
这个吗？
Yeah. You have to stop.
Okay.
You have 10
Okay.
minutes to present.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Qiyuan Hu, and I come from China Normal University. Currently, I'm working at the People's Daily. So today, I really think it is very interesting to talk about the virtual business ecosystem, because after the 2020, especially after the COVID-19, the vast VR application across industries amid COVID-19 pandemic to boost the market growth. Especially, we can see there are many banks and consulting firms are focusing on this topic. They said from the 2D web page style content of today's mainstream internet to the virtual 3D space that is interoperable with the physical world. And Morgan Stanley even said it is a next generation social media streaming and gaming and shopping platform. Okay. Okay, so firstly, I would like to say it is an immersive experience in the new technology economy paradigm. Here is a form that comes from the Paris, and she said it is the technology always have a shift from econology to economic paradigm. And she said in the life cycle of a technological revolution, they positive growth of the new products, new industries, and rapid innovation is the eruption phase. It's in the first stage. And then on the new industries, technology system and facilities will follow the freezing phase. And then it is a maturity. Actually, we are on the eve of the explosion. I mean, on the second stage. Okay, the first thing I have to say is the body as part of immersive technology. In the communication part, especially for people who are starting communication, we would say the medium is the extension of a man and the medium is a message. But after the data and we say the stories, the software and any other technology, even the headset, the body as a part of information, this is the first thing. And then the immersive experiment happened from absence, return to the presence. I used the Turing test as the example, because you can say when we were in the past, we cannot figure out, we can guess who are they, maybe they are the computer or they are the person. But as the technology, especially the VR, it allows individuals to appear in the whole process. You even cannot imagine who are they? Is Zuckerberg is real or not? So probably from the absence return to the presence, it's the era of the data portable and the connected social networks revolution. It's already changed in these digital natives of 21st century people. They would rather to send a message online than make a phone call.
Then it is the immersive consumer behavior also changed from the community to individual. This photo I used is called DAO. Yeah, DAO is really popular in recent days because people said, okay, we are individuals and we are from the upstream and downstream manufacturers, brand parties, celebrities, and consumers model into the built-in sensing system. They can generate the personalized products or sophisticated screen sense of immersion can also be changed. Yesterday I downloaded this one, so I just gave the screen page. It is the brand called North Face, and they let you to wear the headset. Just imagine you were in the snow day, and because they are selling those clothes, but you cannot imagine if you are wearing the dress, and you cannot imagine in the winter what will happen. So they are just pretend you wear the headset and feel that like you were in the snow day. So it creates a feeling of physical and emotional connection between the customers and the brand. So that is the most important, interesting thing. And then it would be the rebuild trust in innovation. So I put the NFT here. The first thing is change shapes and malleability of the network of actors. It is a really famous series of the connection, and the user, customer, operators. You have more roles in this era, and then it is a pluralistic autonomy of users. You can do a lot of things in the social network, from the income, outcome, the virtual assets. You even can sell your house on the virtual reality. And now you have lens, and you have your individual images. And then it might be the better story structure and character shaping. They can invite so many content creator on that. And it's just like a circle. You can have a more good stories, and you can have more income, and it's just like a life cycle that make all the things together. Yeah, and then maybe, yeah, sorry, okay, maybe I cannot share it. No, okay, let me, sorry, because there is a video here. Wait for a moment. Okay, and I will. Oh, there is a video. Maybe cannot allow to.
Maybe you
play
skip
the
video and continue your presentation.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, I will skip the video. And now it creates a new brand to join and new content production. You can change the way customer success, and the content itself also changed. I use the video because now even the VR registration mode also can be changed. Okay, and here is the idea that I think it might change the social network and the virtual business ecosystem, because the core value, I guess, it might be the copyright awareness. No matter the technology, what will happen, no matter the technology changed, how steps it can be changed, but the core value might be the copyright awareness. Even the Facebook or Twitter, the content is most important part. Then it might be the dynamic balance between the digital assets and the digital products. And then it might be the privacy ecological convention. Yes, and the most important thing in the central value about the copyright awareness might be the central link was the rise of copyright awareness. The copyright issue of products and characters in virtual reality will be the key opening the connection between virtual and reality, which will also become the premise of entering the virtual world for commercial transaction. In virtual world, people can take what they produce and fuse it with other people's work, products, or choose the type of information they receive based on the algorithm, all of which can be done in virtual world. Since many brands, concepts, and products, I know that even Gucci or any other luxury brands, they are enter into such career, such fields. And yeah, even the Oreo, they are also enter this kind of thing. And then it might be the dynamic balance between digital assets and digital products. Firstly, to restrict the boundary between virtual and real economic and social activities, like the blockchain, and the centralized platform to decentralized platform. And in the end, the information can be exchanged, products can be discounted, tried on, and goods can be received in the world. And the last thing might be the production. Virtual reality technology tends to achieve first sensory deep immersion. So there are too many rules released this year, especially after the full range of data transmission of relevant business operations will create potential manipulation risks that will be even more controllable. So this might be the idea. So in the end, the business system will be transformed by the metaverse, definitely. But no matter about the supervision or the entry threshold or increase the intensity of review or legal level, platform level, all of things should be the combination, and much more regulation should be released in the future. So that's it.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. So anyone has some questions, you can ask here.
Okay, this is a nice paper fitting this workshop, and I have questions about compared with traditional contest. In VR contest, what changes may occur to the user behavior and the business environment? What changes?
It is a good question. Just like what I mentioned, from the absence to the presence is just happened now. I even do not know, are you real? But after this kind of thing, it is just like people are much more care about the individuals. It can push the brands to create more contents about the private thing. They can be customized goods or products in the future, and it can be modified according to the people's feeling. And you can imagine in maybe 10 years or 5 years later, people can just customize your size, about your face, about your body, and even your hand. All the things can be the gloves. Even the gloves can be customized, because before that, it's all just the size can just be through S or M or L. But after that, all the things can be customized, and it is in low price. So all the things can be just like a revolution.
Okay, good answers.
Okay, so any other questions? Okay, if no, we can. Maybe we can move to the next, Mark.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Hello,
Not
everyone.
the
This is
title page. We can see our title.
yes. I didn't. Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Mark from University of Armentières in France, a master degree student in the interactive technology. Today, we're going to have a small presentation about the next generation e-commerce in the metaverse. We're going to present some new ideas about the future of the commerce in the metaverse. First of all, we're going to have a small introduction about the topic and then a state of art of what's already existing as solutions for the future of the commerce. And we are going to discuss the problematic and the proposed approach that the prototype will solve of this problematic. And then we'll talk about the realized prototype. It's a proof of concept that is not completely done yet, but we'll just show the showcase we are presenting today. The conclusion and perspective of the work we're thinking about to do in the next steps. And then we have time for question and discussion. A small introduction about the VR. As everyone knows, the VR has caught the attention of people in recent years because it has a lot of advantages in many application areas, also providing easy and powerful for human-computer interaction. The virtual future took a huge part of major sectors as education, as we can all know, and industrial and health, and a lot more about safety and about any futuristic design and any new opportunity that the world can have. Today, we're going to focus about the e-commerce and the future of the e-commerce. But first, allow me to introduce you to the metaverse. What is the word metaverse mean? The metaverse are two words that are connected together. The first half, the word meta. The word meta is combined in English prefix. The word meta, as we use in metabolic or metabolism, it's the change food into energy inside our body. So the word meta here, it wants to say alternation, which is a parallel alternative to something that exists. And the word verse, it's an abbreviation for the word universe, that we all know, the universe that we live in. So combining the two words together, now we have an alternative word. And this is a parallel word that contains all the characteristics in our existing universe, such as time, place, energy, and other more characteristics that we all know and live in. Let's have a small perspective go through about the commerce in our planet. First of all, in the prehistoric era, the commerce started in cattle trading. Before the existing of money, people used to trade their goods, to trade their animals, so they can have a new trading solution that allows people to enrich their assets. The advantage here was the interaction between humans. Humans used to talk together and to interact together. And in 1979, an entrepreneur called Michael Aldrich started the e-commerce phase that we all know. You can go through your laptop or your phone and you can click on many products and have it delivered to your home. And here, the interaction between humans is dead. We don't have interaction. You just have interaction with your screen. You don't talk to anyone. You don't express your feelings to any human being. And then in this scientific paper, we're going to have a solution that give us the advantage of having commerce all around the world. You can, from France, I can buy something from Singapore, for example, or the United States from my room here. And then using the virtual commerce, I can get back the interaction advantage that used to be in the commerce. So for me, now we have the combination of VR technology, and we have the basic knowledge of commerce, and we have the metaverse, which is the parallel universe, as we said before. We can combine all this together to have the v-commerce and the metaverse, which is the title of my scientific paper. We're going to talk about the state of art, the already existing solutions in this sector. Many huge companies started applying new solutions to augment or to improve their company or their sector of field. The first major example that we all know, the metaverse expansion. And here we're going to see how the metaverse is expanding in the world. Does anyone have a question? So Mark Zuckerberg changed Facebook metaverse to metaverse, as we all know. And this huge difference made a lot of change in the articles in the newspaper and all over the articles in the internet. Now we have over 12,000 new articles in 2022, 4,000 in 2021, and 400 only in 2022. As you can see, there is a huge expansion with a very fast pace in the word metaverse. The word metaverse is 20 times higher than Google search, and Facebook is the most mentioned company in all this article. And that next we have the virtual X class is a combination of people that can interact together and it enables millions of individuals to interact, collaborate, and explore. And here we have again the feeling of interaction with other humans. Here is the Alibaba VR app. Alibaba is a very famous company of e-commerce. It started creating a virtual reality application to allow users to move freely inside the 3D store. The advantage here is that you can shop from anywhere around the world. The disadvantage is the total isolation. You cannot interact with any human being, not even a virtual character. We will move next to the problematic. The problematic here is to create a virtual store from the physical store. Now we have a physical store that already exists, but how to move inside this virtual store using your VR app? And then we will move to the digital twinning and how to manipulate products and interact products between the physical store and the virtual store, and how to connect with people, to interact with people, and to enable intuitive interaction with each product, and how to manipulate project in your hands. So here is the proposed approach that we're going to present today in the scientific paper, starting to create a e-commerce experience, which is the virtual commerce experience. You start by digitalizing the physical store, and then going through the step of virtual scene segmentation, which allows you, we'll see in the next slide, sorry, and then integrating avatars to allow people to interact together, and then the product manipulation to give the immersiveness for the user's perspective. The first step in digitalization, the real world, there are two solutions for this step. Either you can 3D model the place or you can 3D scan the place. The advantage of 3D scanning that you can have accurate measurement using the 3D scan that give us a laser beam that measures the distance between the 3D scanner and all objects around it. And then you can export it with accurate data from X, Y, Z of each point that the scanner got. It's compared to the 3D modeling phase, it's very fast and very accurate solution. And then you can have exporting your mesh cloud, which are all the points that the 3D scanner caught. And then you can start creating meshes by connecting these points together to create a 3D model, as you can see in this picture. This is a picture of a 3D scanner taking all the points inside the store, inside the smartphone store. The next step will be the virtual segmentation. Why do we need segmentation? Because the 3D scanner doesn't understand which object is separated from each object. For example, if we have a wall and we have a table and we have a product on this table, the 3D scanner will scan all this area as one object. So in the segmentation phase, we can separate the product from the table from the wall. And we use a lot of complicated softwares to do this process. As we can see here, I manually segmented a MacBook, as we can see. And next, integrating avatars, integrating the client of avatars and allowing the client to choose his own avatar to be more immersed inside the store, and also implementing the seller virtual avatars to allow the interaction between the user, the client, and the seller. Freedom of movement will allow the client to choose his character and start moving freely inside the space and start interacting with the object. As we can see in the next slide, the product manipulation. User can hold the object inside his hand and start having a closer look to this product and go directly to the project's main website and compare between other projects. The RAS prototype, here we can have a video of 30 seconds that would represent the prototype. I only had 10% of each step. Here the user can choose his character and start choosing the store he wants to visit, and then he can move freely inside the store. This is only the first 10% of the application, and then can move to hotspot to have a closer look to the application, to the product. The conclusion and perspective, there was a list of criteria that allows me to adapt to the final conclusion. And here is the perspective, because we don't have much time. We were willing to add the voice control to allow the user to interact using the voice, and allow smartphone scan so that we can improve the store by scanning with our smartphone and prevent redoing all the work again. Digital twinning will allow the user the virtual user that can interact with the physical user. So for example, if you are inside the physical store, you can see people who are virtually visiting the store. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm here and I'll be glad to answer any questions and discuss with you about the idea.
Thank you, Mark. And yeah, this is very impressive. And anyone has questions for Mark's presentation?
Please, that would be helpful. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate.
Yes.
Okay, I have a question soon.
Yes, please.
About this question. I know in China, Alibaba and Jingdong also have some VR tours in their website. However, only few people use this tour. So I have a question about what tools did you use to develop your application? What tools did you use to develop your application? And has your applications been applied now?
Okay, the first part of the question is what are the softwares that I use to create this application? Did I get this right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your question. I used 3D Max to manipulate the mesh that I exported from Matterport Pro 2 scanner, and then I used Meshpoint and the Cloud Compare softwares to segment the 3D view, and then I used Unity 3D video game motor to create the interaction between the avatar, to integrate the avatars and to allow the user to manipulate the product. And the second part of the question, the prototype, as you can all see, it's only 10% of the scientific paper. And yes, there are a lot of people that tested this application and that find it very immersive, and they tested it using Oculus Quest 2. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question, please? If you have any question, please contact me through my address mail, or you have any discussion or comments about the presentation. So glad to be with you. Please have a nice day. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And maybe we can have a rest for 5 minutes, and later we return to the workshop. So from now we will have 5 minutes. Okay. For rest.
Hello.
Yeah. Next presentation is from ISMAR, the Dahas, right? I hope my pronunciation for your name is correct. Otherwise, please correct me.
That's okay.
ISMAR.
All right. All right. Can everybody see the screen and hear me properly?
Yes, we can see. Very nice.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. Today I will be presenting my survey paper called Deceiving Audio Design in Augmented Environments, a systematic review of audio effects in augmented reality, working collaboration with Professor Lee Kam Lee. So today's content, I will give you guys a small introduction, talk about the methodology, the survey results. I will talk about some audio effects creating motion sickness, a localization of audio, spatial audio, and I will discuss some preventive framework and research gap, and conclude the work and have some ending marks. So augmented reality has several influences. So we know wearables, haptics, audio, and devices. Usually when we speak about augmented reality, we think about visuals first, but actually, there's a lot of non-visual cues that have big impact on the augmented reality experience. And also, of course, these influences in the augmented reality can easily be manipulated. So we have the augmented reality, audio, and manipulation. So this is the topic for the survey paper. And I'll explain some more about how we can manipulate in those influences in the augmented reality. So some previous surveys focus on like the urban environment or the human and computer interaction as the work of Liel. And there's also other works about haptic technologies for the mobile augmented reality. But so far, none of the surveys really focus on specifically the audio in the augmented reality. So that's what this survey is about. I started with defining some methodology. I used the PRISMA method to search for several studies regarding this topic. So I used a search strategy with several search strings. I used the audio keywords like audio, auditory, or this kind of words. I used some for manipulative design, and amongst those like dark pattern or other kind of manipulations that we already know exist in the AR. And then the AR keywords itself, just AR or augmented reality. And this survey specifically is limited to the augmented reality and not the other immersive technologies. So I created the search string out of those keywords that I defined. And this resulted in 155 studies for screening, which then I removed the duplicates from and screened the studies and got rid of some of the irrelevant studies. I got rid of those because they were not focusing on the AR, or the audio was not really the main topic of the paper. And I kept 45 full text studies to assess and excluded another 7 studies because they were, although they were maybe about the audio and the AR, they were not really relevant for this manipulation topic for the survey. So in the end, I included 38 studies in my survey. So here you can see the results of the screening and the studies. We have several papers from 2002 until 2022, with a peak in the studies in 2020 and 21, kind of the most recent ones. And also you can see the match with the keywords, the frequency. You can see most of them count for the augmented reality and the audio. So here are some examples from the papers that I included in my survey. So the first topic that I was focusing on was audio effects creating motion sickness. So this is the first manipulation that we can consider in the augmented reality. So here you can see 2 studies. On the left, you see 2 images where we can see how we use this setup for moving the user, and it will create the motion sickness. So the paper is called Knowing What's Coming, Anticipatory Audio Cues That Can Mitigate Motion Sickness. So the main focus of this paper is kind of creating audio cues that the user is expecting to come, but like they are manipulating it. So it's mitigating the motion sickness. And you can see in the graph below that they measure the illness rating. And you see the longer the users are in this kind of environment, the more illness it will provoke with them. And then on the right side, you can see 2 pictures from another paper. This paper is called Using Visual and Auditory Cues to Locate Out-of-Field Objects in Head-Mounted Augmented Reality. So here at the top picture, we can see the setup for the experiment. And you can see like the visual cue and the audio cues in the placement. And you can see that they make several distractors. And then also you can see that they use the mental physical fatigue scores based on the NASA TLX questionnaire inventory. So this is to measure how sick they are becoming from this kind of setup. And we see that the results are pretty impressive and that users get kind of sick from this setup. So the second topic that we have, they are not directly as a result in harm to a user, like them getting sick, but we can see that the localization of audio can also cause some kind of manipulation in the augmented reality. So here you can see two pictures, three pictures also from two papers again. On the left side, we can see from a paper called Simplifying Orientation Measurement for Mobile Augmented Reality Applications. So here also we can see how people can localize the audio. So you see on the picture, like the user, there's some 360 points of audio coming in, and users they can very accurately locate those audio cues. And this case is kind of important also because when we know that users can localize audio very good, then we can also say that we can use this skill to manipulate people into going to places where audio is coming from. So we can also see on the right side another setup. It's also a very similar topic. You can see how good people can evaluate where the audio is from where they are standing. So if we can localize the audio, it also means that we can interact with the audio cues and follow the audio cues if we want to, which is kind of prone for the manipulation because people can use it to set up some audio cue somewhere to lure the user into going to the audio, even though they were not intending on going there and maybe not even being that aware of it. So the last one we have is spatial audio. It's also kind of similar to localizing audio, but it's a bit different. So here we can see on the left, there's like three pictures. It's a paper called Audio Stickies, Visually Guided Spatial Audio Annotations on a Mobile Augmented Reality Platform. And here we can see that the user can use this application to find back their car. So we're using several audio cues, and the spatial audio is guiding them to find back their car. And the results of this study were on a Likert scale, and yeah, the users, they were pretty content about this application and very open for using it. And on the bottom, we can see a sixth paper that I used is simulator sickness in mobile spatial sound. Yeah, we can see here that there is a similar setup also to the audio localization, and there are several sounds around the user. And we can also see kind of the effects of motion sickness again in this one, because they are putting the sounds from one speaker to another, which can also cause several symptoms to the user to feel unwell. So with this, I continue with the preventive framework and the research gap. So the current papers, they are existing regarding mostly those topics of spatial audio, audio localization, and motion sickness. But really, there's not any research paper yet that combines these works and explains what possible effects could audio cause on the user. So we determine a research gap. We have the audio, the manipulative design, and the AR. And future works can really focus on what can those manipulative designs with audio and augmented reality do, and what would it mean for the user, and how can we protect the user from being harmed in this case. So the contributions of this paper are mainly to combine all the current works that are here, so that from there on we can work on new research and we can combine these ideas and explore what kind of effects this could have on the user, and how, especially how we can prevent them from happening. So for the future works, this paper can contribute to have all the information gathered and set as a base and a starting point for preventive works. And the goal of this paper is also to create user awareness, so that whenever we are using the augmented reality, we are aware that several audio cues can be used to manipulate and to trick you into doing things that we don't really want to do. And also, I hope that this paper will help with some designs for the augmented reality, and that future augmented reality designs can consider the problems and the manipulations that the audio can also cause, and that also the non-visual cues in the augmented reality are important. So yeah, that's it for today. So if you guys want to find more papers or anything regarding these research topics, and I invite you to please visit our website via the QR code, or just, you know, anything on email. So do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Mention the simulator sickness in augmented reality induced by the audio, but I want to know what's the why audio can induce simulator sickness.
So when you're wearing,
yeah.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, what's the relation? Yeah, what's the relation between the two things?
So when you're wearing the headphones in the augmented reality, when you have the audio coming from multiple sides, then it can induce the motion sickness. So let me go back to the slide. Yeah, right. We can see the setup here, right? It's 360 all around the user. And when we wear the headphones, we can see the audio coming from several places. So when this audio goes from place to place to place, this is kind of creating the motion sickness for the user, because you can hear the audio come from different sides of your headphones. And because of that, we can create the motion sickness.
Yes. So the sound, but is it related? Because I know that some of the sound frequency may be associated with the type sickness if the frequency of the sound is smaller than a certain number, so it may lead to, or if it is a very high frequency sound, so it may also lead to sickness. So in your case, it's just a normal sound, just because they come from different place, right? So they come from different place, they induce the sickness.
Yes.
Okay. So any way to avoid the sickness, you think, in this case?
Yeah, for future works, we can consider to have several limitations, right, on how many audio cues we place in the augmented reality, or where we place the audio cues in the augmented reality, or even, as you mentioned, the frequency, right? So any limitations to certain frequency in the sounds, or speed in the movement of the sounds.
Yes, I see. So thanks. So any other people have your questions, you can ask also here. Hello, if for other audience, you have any questions or not? Otherwise, we will move to the next presenter. Rina, right?
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ISMAR.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, we are. Yeah, we can also see your slide.
All right. Okay. Hello everyone. Good morning. My name is Rina. We are going to present the review of persuasive user interface as strategy for technology addiction in virtual environment. I am from South Korea and right now I'm doing my master's study at KAIST. Our research objective is to integrate the persuasive technology in AR or VR environment as a potential strategy to alleviate user addiction. So basically, our paper is a review paper. We utilize Prisma methodology to collect our literature. So we collect literature from two big database, which is IEEE and also ACM. After removing the duplicate, assessing the abstract, and also reading the full text, we get 91 literature that we use in this review paper. The inclusion and exclusion criteria is we include only those paper that that talk about a persuasive technology and also addiction, especially in the screen-based application. And also we include those that talk about the break taking and also about how to minimize the screen time of the user. And also we exclude all the literature that talks about addiction in terms of substance, such as drink, heroin, opioid, drug, and also alcohol. From the literature, we found the research trend in addiction of AR and VR is very minimized. We only find each one literature in 2018 and also 2020. While in the persuasive technology topic, we found that during 2022, the trend is very minimized in that we found only 2 papers. And also in the persuasive technology itself, the application is all dominated by well-being topic, while the topic of technology, the internet, and also game each dominate only 5% of all the literature. So using a persuasive technology topic, we are going to explore what we can implement as a strategy to alleviate user addiction in AR and VR. What is persuasive technology? Persuasive technology is the combination of psychology and also the technology. So basically, this technology has 3 core principles. The first one is to change user routine with the planned behavior. The second one is to give user autonomy to change their routine using the term self-determination. And also the last one, this technology implement the control, or within this control, user can compare his state with other state. So what are the persuasive strategies that can be used in AR and VR application? Here we collect 9 strategies. The first one is we can implement nudge. Nudge means that it is an obtrusive visual cues in UI design to direct user to perform a task that is intended to get a positive outcome from the user. So nudge is different from a normal game strategy. In game strategy, user is directed with 2 choices. If you choose to do the strategy, you will win. But if you choose not to do the strategy, you will lose. But in nudge, if you choose not to do the nudge, you will not lose anything. So for example, here in the Tumble VR application, the nudge here is to create the shape of this block into a rectangle. So basically, the principle of this game is you have to stack all those blocks as highest as you can, but you must not lose control of the steadiness of this building. So the notch here is if you lay the rectangular block horizontal, you will lose your weight count, your head count, I mean. But if you stack it vertical, you will gain more height. But it will risk you to lose the game because the building is more unstable. So our strategy here is to implement the notch during the higher level game, or when the player has already played the game for a prolonged time. The second strategy is to present user statistics in the platform of the game itself. So in this picture, you see that this is a third-party application from Steam Time that display the user, how much users spend in the VR application, especially in the gaming. So they display the hours that users spend, and also the rank who spend the most hours, and also they uniquely they name this Hall of Shame. So this is basically to influence user that the more you spend your time in the VR game, the more that you waste your time without doing anything productive. So this strategy can be implemented in the VR application platform. The designer may implement the feature of rank and also social sharing, and the measurement can also come from the user log data while they do the game. The third strategy is to use the mobile collocation. We know that collocation means that all users are grouped together in one place and at the same time. So why we use this strategy is because we want to, we don't want user to spend too much time alone while doing the VR or AR game. So we want this, the user that use the VR or AR application, they group together with their social circle and they do the game together. So it also increased the social participation of the users. For example, here in the image B, you can see that the user are playing the board game. They have to catch fish using the boat, but the fish itself is very dynamic. So each user has to coordinate with other users in order to find that fish. The next strategy is personalized alternative. This is basically to display the UI or the scenario in the UI based on the user usage history. So in the example here, this is a navigation system. They present two scenarios, which is the first one is simple mode, where user can easily get the guidance from the application. And the second one is the work mode. In this scenario, the user have to solve a kind of quiz before they get the guidance. So the purpose of this application is to decrease the dependency of the user in the VR or AR application. Our next guidelines is to have external observer as a kind of social report. So this is an example from the Oculus application. So in this example, the user are playing many games, and the user log data or the data that is taken from the headset is shared with the family member, for example, with the mother or with the brother, that the family member will get the reminder when is the time that the user has, I mean, how much time user must play the game, or how much the user has played the game this week, and how much they can play next week, and what is the strategy to reduce all this dependency in the game. So basically, this is involving a social control of third party. Our next strategy is to implement adaptive aesthetic. Adaptive aesthetic means that the aesthetic of the game or the environment that is presented in the UI is dynamic depending on the situation of the game. For example, here we have the game Mouse. If you know, this is a VR game. Mouse is the game of cute to see, I have to say, because it includes a very cute environment at first. They have a cute little mouse here, and then while the user is progressing through the game and into the higher level, the scenery will change following them, and the scenery change from the cute to a more intense scenery like this. So this kind of strategy influence the user feeling that that the cuteness in the game has already changed into something that is not cute anymore. So yeah, it creates a contrasting feeling in the user itself. Our next strategy is to use a non-persuasive avatar. As you can see in the left, this is the requirement that the designer can use while they design a persuasive avatar. But if the designer want to implement a non-persuasive avatar, they have to use the opposite of all this, from speech and tone, gesture, impression, and so on. So if the user find that the avatar is not persuasive during the higher level game or after playing the game for a prolonged time, the flow of the game will break, and the user will feel less attractive to the game. Our next strategy is to integrate real-world data. This is it means that the data in the real world, for example, the weather forecast or the local news, you can integrate all those data in the VR application using, for example, in this picture, you see the real-time weather plugin from the Unity that the designer can integrate into VR game. So if the user choose that they want to see what is the current condition outside of their house, they can see the scenery in the game itself. If they see that the outside weather is so nice, the sun is shining so bright, it will create it will influence the user to go outside and live the game of VR that they are currently doing. Our last strategy is to implement time limit. This is a very common strategy, especially in the AR and VR application. So the idea is to limit the time that users spend in the game or any application. But here we propose that the limit of time itself is connected to the data measured by the headset. So it's not only limiting time based on the application, but also measuring the user current state, whether he is capable of doing another game or whether it is time for him to take a rest. Our conclusion is that VR and AR developer may design an application that is unobtrusively influence user to perform positive action, but by integrating this persuasive guidelines, they may not only create an engaging application, but also they can create a less addictive AR VR application. Yeah, thank you for your patience. That's all from us. If you have any question, I will be very happy to answer those.
Hi, Rina. So yeah, thanks for your nice survey about the addiction of user interface and the AR/VR technology. Yes, you get one question in the chat. Yeah, from the perspective of the enterprise, VR AR apps should add some psychological elements and on the other elements to increase user addiction. However, from the perspective of users, they want to use the app but don't want to become addicted. So how to balance the interest of the business and the users? Yeah, the businessman want you get addicted, but the user not. How to balance?
Okay. Thank you for your question, Dr. Shen. Yeah, actually, this is a very interesting phenomenon, right? The business want to gain more profit by getting the user very addictive to their application, but on the other hand, the user don't want to get addicted. But using the persuasive technology, I believe that the user the balance can be created because, for example, when the user is playing the game and the nudge is introduced, like I explained before, the nudge can be introduced during the higher level game, not in the beginning of the game or in the middle of the game. It can be introduced after user is playing the game for like 5 hours or 6 hours. So with this, the developers still give the time for the user to get familiar with the game, to try the game, and to feel the engagement with the game. But it also give a change for the user to stop the addiction. If that answer your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, your answer is very good. And, any other questions? No? Okay, so thanks again for your presentation and also your answer. So if other people have questions, may contact later. Okay, so next we move to our final section of this workshop. We welcome Professor Li-Hang Li for his talk about the digital big bang in the metaverse era. Professor Li, you can start.
Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, the invitation from the workshop organizer, especially thanks to Dr. Wang Yuyang. Okay, so today I will talk about this digital big bang with the metaverse, and I'm Lekhani, currently an assistant professor with the Graduate School of Data Science and Graduate School of Culture and Technology. Yeah, so let's begin. Okay, so basically this talk is, well, let me see. Okay, this talk is about the metaverse and also the technology and the ecosystem. And I will first give an overview, but this survey already, I mean the main topic, the main content of this talk already published in the, announced in the ResearchGate, and it already exceeds more than 100,000 reads or download since October 2021. So if you want to know more about the full detail, so after the talk, you can take a look. But this talk only serves as an introduction of this survey. Okay, so if you want to sign this paper, so this is the promotion, so you can have this. Okay, so for the introduction and the background. So yeah, so we in this talk, before we move on, we have some media coverage before we because of this survey. So like we already get some reports from the RTHK, Hong Kong Minpo, and also like HK Economic Journal. Okay, here is a typo. And also we have the other media coverage from Korea, Canada, Indonesia, France, and India. Okay, so first we need to discuss what is the metaverse. So metaverse was first coined by Slow Crash, and in the story of Slow Crash, it projects possibility of duality of the real world and a copy of digital environments. So in the metaverse, all individual users own their respective avatars. So with the avatars, the user can can represent themselves in the metaverse. So they can do various activities, including like social gathering, education scenario. I know Dr. Wang have a lot of efforts in the metaverse education. So he want to build up a metaverse classroom. And so we can do a lot of activity, including like concerts and other virtual experience, for example, tourist activities. But if we want to build up the metaverse, we have to experience 3 stages. I mean, these 3 stages is continuous. So first is the digital twins. We need to do the copy of our physical environments. And then when we have the digital copy, we then can invite a lot of users going into such a digital environments. And we call this stage as the digital natives. And then if we think that some of the items or objects that are very good, attractive, or useful, okay, I mean, functionally, it is very useful. So we can put it back to our physical world. So the final stage is the coexistence of physical and virtual reality. So it is a little bit similar to what we have nowadays with the augmented reality. If we look at the case like Pokemon Go, we can see the Pikachu appears in the physical environments, but this is not exactly the metaverse will look like. We can see the metaverse is a much stronger case than the augmented reality, because if you look at the example like the Pokemon Go, the Pikachu just randomly appears in a physical spaces. But the Pikachu does not understand the relationship of, I mean, the Pikachu and the physical environment. So the interaction itself is not so natural. So there are lots of improvements we can do based on the technological advancement. So how to build a metaverse? I just give the concept. Now I give an example. Actually, although my surname is Lee, actually I come from Hong Kong. So I use Hong Kong as a case. So this is the Victoria Harbour we have, a very beautiful one. So we want to build up a digital twins and copy the things here. And then we have the digital twins. We invite the user going in this borrowing. You see is dark, is quite boring, right? Then we invite the people to going in and do a lot of content creations. And when we have some very good content, we can bring it back to our physical world. So you can see our world become enriched and become very colorful. Yeah. So let me go through the 3 stages one by one with some definitions. For the digital twins, it is large-scale, high-fidelity digital models and entities. Instead of some like single objects, like what we have in the CAD CAM, like the nuts and bolts. So we are going to duplicate a large-scale virtual environment, like the city scale, or like for example, in the education scenario, we are going to duplicate the entire campus. So I know this is what Dr. Wang doing. He want to duplicate the entire HKUST Guangzhou campus. So yeah, and the digital twins reflect the physical counterpart with various properties, including the object motions, temperatures, and even the functionality of such digital models and entities. What this sentence actually means is that we are going to use some properties, and all these properties can be related to the data. So we can see that the digital twins between the virtual objects or physical objects, they are connected by the data. If we provide more data, that means we have more properties and it can become more realistic. If we provide less data, that means maybe it has less function, then the user may feel unhappy. But we need to investigate how much data connection we need, so the user will not feel exhausted with such property if it is over the user expectation. And the second stage is the content creations. And the content creations include numerous content creators, perhaps represented by their own avatars. So the user can use their avatars to involve in a lot of digital creations inside the digital world we create in the digital twins. So yeah, but when we have the digital twins, actually we need to consider the new initiative as we have new opportunities of economic activities. Yeah, we will go through more later. And the first stage is the final stage is the metaverse. So the metaverse could exist as a self-sustaining and persistent virtual world that coexists and interoperates with the physical world with a high level of independence. What it means is virtual world can become independent and physical world can also go independent. But if we have some contents that is very good, then maybe we have some mechanism to get it back and give values to the physical environment. And also there is a concept called virtual putting the physical objects into the virtual environment. So some very good physical objects, maybe we can use the camera to get it back to our purely virtual environment. So we can see the boundary between the virtual and physical world at this stage become very blurred. Okay, so with the avatars, the user in the physical world. So as what I just mentioned, they can experience heterogeneous activities in real time. So yeah, as the world, the boundary become very blurred. And also one of the very prominent characteristic of the metaverse, it have to support many users, like million user, or even the user in the whole world. So it becomes very challenging. That's why these three stages may take 1 to 2 decades to complete. So where we are, so before we move on to our technological and ecological visions, we do some review first. Okay, so before we have the computer, so like 1974, okay, we have some literature describing the metaverse, okay, or virtual environments. One of the very early work is the Neuromancer. It shows some similar concept like the VR. So since we have the computer, okay, and then we can, the people can build up some digital environments, but it may primarily leverage the text-based interaction. And later on, the personal computer can run some computer graphics. Then we start to build up some 3D virtual world. And those 3D virtual world are actually based on some concept from the book Slow Crash, okay? And then we have the internet, okay? And then people can become connected in the 3D environments. And then we have the mobile device, smartphone, AR headset, VR headset. Then you can see like Pokemon Go, it leveraged the smartphone to do the AR environments. And also like VR chat, use the VR headset to provide the VR experience. And also Microsoft HoloLens AR smart glasses can do the Super Mario AR. And also blockchain support the play to earn game, okay? So you can see here, the technologies always serve as the catalyst to drive the transition of our cyberspace. So, so here we can see that metaverse is actually the next generation of our cyberspace or the internet. So we can see that the internet is going from the 2D scenarios like the web page or website to the 3D environments. So what we call is the immersive and experience-based internet. So we will focus on the user experience. Because we will try to put the user like nowadays every day we will take like around 7 hours of the screen time, right, with your smartphone. But now we are going to upgrade what we have from the smartphone screen or on our desktop computer to an immersive virtual world. So we are moving our service to the immersive environments. So we need the new technology to achieve this goal. So what we need is the new technology beyond all these things, or we still need to have the things like it will be shown in this slide. But before we move on to this slide, let me talk about the business side, because this workshop is more focused on the e-commerce. Okay, so you can see that in this slide we have a lot of examples. I think nowadays, since 2021, many companies, they attempt to join the metaverse or claim themselves as a metaverse company. I agree with them. They need to leverage their own strategy to develop the metaverse business to improve the experience with the user. So I try to like generalize these phenomenons with this graph. Okay, so on the right hand side, here, on the left hand side, you have the y-axis. We see that from the read and write, personalization, content creation, social as community, and experience unity, representing the metaverse. You can see the experience move from the transient stage, that means only one shot, to a very, very long-lasting experience like our physical real-world experience. Okay, what we call is the duality. This is a very important characteristic in the metaverse. And we on the x-axis we have different types of medium. Okay, including text, image, audio, video, gaming, virtual 3D, VR, MR, AR, even our physical world is the part of the metaverse. So for example, I give some example here, like SMS. Okay, you read the message, and then you may reply the message, then you will forget about it, right? Then you will wait for the next round of the message. So this experience is transient and only one shot. Okay, and what about the personalization? For example, you use the Spotify or Netflix, but when you just begin, the system does not know what is your preference. But if you keep watching like a scientific movie, okay, then maybe the Netflix will provide the movie that suits your preference. And then we can see then we move on to the content creations. Content creation, it means it encourages the user to build up their own contents and share to the communities. So for example, before, when the day we only have the very, very basic Super Mario, we call it Super Mario Brothers. And here the user just finished the mission, okay? But in the Super Mario Maker, the user can create their own levels and the games, and then they can share this to a community and trigger the user engagement. So finally, we will become the fourth level, the social as the community. So we can see a lot of example. The content creation does not limit to the game level. It can be what we are doing every day, sharing video, image, even text. Use the text as the response. Okay, so other things like the Animal Crossing, it is a successful case more like an open world, and you know, you can go to your neighbor and get the food or vegetables, right? Of course, it is a little bit annoying in the game. And finally, we move to the top, okay? Experience duality here. But we see that none of the existing example can achieve this, even the Pokemon Go. So, so we see a very, very big opportunity here, and the company need to apply their first. They need to consider their own strategy, how the metaverse can help them to reach their customer, and second, they need to consider what is the technology they need to use to build up the metaverse. The metaverse they intend to build. And the third is based on the strategy and the technology, they will create a metaverse, but they also need to consider how to sustain the metaverse. What does it mean? It means like if, for example, if someone is going to build up service that is privacy sensitive, but it will collect a lot of information. If such a company did not, neglect the side of the privacy issues, maybe the metaverse will just be problematic and nobody will use it. So we need to consider the business own strategy, technology, how to build it, and also the ecological issues. So let me go through the technology and ecosystem we need to consider. First, about the technology, we need to consider how the user interacts, what we call is user interactivity. I think this term is not, it is very common in this in the ISMAR community. We do a lot of work in studying how to help the user to convert their intention into the action in virtual environments. And also extended reality, we refer to the some of the display technology. It is not limited on the headset, even the large display or other new form of display technology like the holographic display, can serve such a purpose. And also we have the computer visions, and to help the user, to let the user headset or the system to understand the user surrounding and the user context. And also AI can serve as a backbone to help the user interact with the user and also capture the user context and provide the information of the user interest. And the next one is robotic and IoT. All these robotics and IoT can serve as a window to interact with the user and collect the user data and to provide a better service. And then we move to the bottom, okay, like the edge and cloud can support the service. For example, we can put the AI on the edge and cloud because if we run some very computational demanding algorithms on our mobile device, like especially the mobile headset, actually the mobile headset will, the battery will die very, very fast. So that's why we want to move the service to improve the overall service quality for the user. And also high-speed network. I think our first talk have some relevance to the 5G. So 5G can help us to connect all the device and all the servers together as one internet, what we call is metaverse. And after we have the technology to build the metaverse, the next one is that how to sustain the metaverse. So we start from the avatars. For example, the avatars can actually change the user behavior. So we may use the avatars in different venues. For example, in a concert, maybe I want to dress like dress very casual, maybe jeans, but not suits, right? So, but like in a very formal place like today presentation, I would like to dress up and become more formal. Or with the avatars, when I go into the bank, the virtual bank, maybe I want to dress up, then I get better credibility then I can borrow more monies. So this is the key idea. And when we have the avatars, we want to have the content creations. That means we will create some new things in the virtual environments, and also it can bring values. So how to sustain the virtual economy? How to sustain such content creations? We need to design the virtual economic system to protect the user. For example, we need to protect the ownership and how do they trade the instant. When we have the things like content creation, avatars, the virtual economies, all these things should compile with our social acceptability, security, privacy, trust, and accountability. So when the things goes wrong, who will take the responsibility? So this refers to the trust and accountability. And for the privacy, because AR headset or the metaverse, it is a very good technology for harvesting our data. So how to protect the privacy? So it will become a very, very big topic. For the social acceptability, how we can consider for example, the content creation for multiple generations. For example, someone who is in their 20s and also other user group in their 50s, how we can merge the things together as one internet or one metaverse. So I think I don't have time to go through all the details. I just give you the key ideas here. Yeah, so here I show some some topics here. Okay, for example, I will skip the technology part. You can refer to the paper. Okay, in the paper we have this slide. But for example, for the virtual economies, we need to take care like the metaverse commerce, how the virtual objects can do the trading. Perhaps nowadays, the NFT is one of the very popular solutions. Yeah, and also how we can do the internal and external economic governance, and also we need to take care about the ownership. So in the remaining of this talk, we will focus on the discussion of virtual economics. I will have several slides to talk about this topic. So as shown in this slide, you can see the metaverse economies actually include both the real world, physical world, and the virtual world. So collectively, we can see the external economic governance in our real world and the internal economic governance in the virtual world as the key function of the metaverse economics. So yeah. So how to sustain the metaverse? First thing is the internal economics governance. We need to build up a sustainable and trustworthy currency system. Nowadays, we can see a lot of cryptocurrency, and suddenly it goes wrong, right? Suddenly, maybe the founder just get the money and they disappear. I think one of the very recent case, I think the guys already get into the jail in Korea. So and also we need to safeguard the user interest in the virtual economies, and also stop all these illegal economic activities, because like I read the survey yesterday. It said that actually metaverse or the virtual space is a very good place. I mean, it's a very easy place to do the money laundering. Yeah. And also for the economic governance, we also need to take care of the virtual property ownership. And for the external side, here is the code, okay? If we create it without principles, overall harm will be done to everyone. Yeah, so here we can see like the major tech firm, like the Meta, Facebook, Microsoft, who have an edge in the game. It means they are the leader. They invest a lot, but they also should take the responsibility for all the players in the metaverse to make sure the economics will not go wrong. So I give example. I think this is a game created by in Hong Kong. Okay, and yeah, so it designed a very preliminary economic system. So when it has only 4,000 users at the beginning, And this game can sustain and also give a lot of money incentive to the user. Then it attracts a lot of user going into this game. But later on, when it has 1 million users, the whole economic system cannot sustain. And you can see it drop below the minimum wages. Yeah. So then all the users just quit the game because the incentive just gone. And also for the external governance, we need to take care of the firms. I mean, the firms need to take care of their service. For example, as shown in this figure, they can use the immersive environment to show a lot of advertisement. So it may cause some disturbance in our physical environment. So we need to also consider who take the responsibility to manage this issue. And we also see the trend. I think one of our presentation today also related to this topic. So the advertisement in the ubiquitous computing is growing from here is the 20 years trend. You can see it grows very fast. So in the metaverse, we can see the trend will just go upward exponentially. So how we manage this will become a big issue. And all this and apart from the advertising, we also need to because the game function can trigger the people to change the behavior. So this change of the user behavior can be very risky. One of the example is the Pokemon Go. They ask the user to go to somewhere. So maybe they do the trespassing in the pirate's property. Okay, and then the owner of this home or this pirate property just shoot the user. Okay, or in this case, this is the restricted area governed by the US Air Force. Then they just go inside, want to get the Pikachu, and then they lost their life. So who take the responsibility and how to manage how to make the trade-off between the user behavior and the economic incentive will become a very big issues. So you can see later on, like this metro service, they have this bot to tell the user. So you know, when they give such announcement, then they can say that this is the user responsibility. So now you can see that the governance is actually very messy. Maybe we don't have the law to prevent the bad things happen, but the company, I mean the operators of some place, they try to make some announcement to tell the user. Then they can give them, I mean, they can share the liability to the end user instead of the owner of this place or property. Yeah. So you can see the behavior change is actually very crazy. People just go out in midnight. Yeah, you can see a lot of crowd blocking and also give disturbance to our normal city functions. And finally, I would like to give an overview of the metaverse commerce. So we have the real environments. In the metaverse commerce, we have a lot of users. Here we make it simple. We only have 2 users as the base case, and the users do the interplayer trade. And they, for example, a player will provide their time and efforts to help the system operations. For example, one of the good example is the sandbox, the virtual land business. And you know, maybe one player, for example, player B is the owner of the land, of the virtual land, and the user A is the content creator. So they supply their time or efforts to build up the land and make it more beautiful, and then it can add values. And then later on, user B can maybe trade it with other user. This is one of the case. But one of the issue is about the interoperability of the virtual objects or virtual assets. In the real world, we can easily trade the things because we have money. But in the virtual world, between 2 worlds, actually we don't have the very good system to trade, to do the trading, considering the interoperability. So for example, so what we are doing nowadays, the players or the users, maybe they trade the things on the eBay, and then so that means they finish the transaction in the physical world. So what we need is to complete this completely virtually in the metaverse. I make an illustration. For example, we need a virtual venues to do the trading. Maybe they can they can make a portal and go into this virtual space. Yeah. And finally, we can see the approach is NFT is one of the good approach, like OpenSea can serve such a purpose. And I focus on the issue here. Okay. For the virtual economics, what we can do, and there are four topics that worth our further investigations. For example, how we build up the virtual economics. I just show an example that if the economic system is not robust, then the games or the environments will collapse and the user will just run away. And how we can do the interoperability, it refers to the inter-virtual world asset management. And I think like last month, one of the, I think the Ethereum or others coins, they finished the transaction they finished the upgrade to make it as a low carbon NFT transaction. So this is one of the very popular topic nowadays. And also how we can manage the crisis when something goes wrong. So what we can do. Yeah, so I think I will stop here because I think I used up the 25 minutes. So any questions?
Thanks, Professor Lee, and it's a very impressive talk. So we know that in the metaverse era, we have many things to do for digital economy. And yes, you get one question from the chat. Privacy risk and data security lie in the application of metaverse. Are there any good ways to solve this issue?
Well, I think data security is one of the very is one of the challenging topic in the metaverse. All people talks about like the NFT or the decentralized network. But if we want to decentralize the things, maybe the data security will be at risk. So I'm not the I do my research more focused on the user interactivities, and I think I also talk with some data security guy. They told me the solution will become extremely difficult. And for the privacy risk, I think I work with Professor Peng Hui, and we have some solutions for managing the privacy. We can imagine one of our work appeared in the ACM Multimedia last year as the top 5 best paper candidate. We propose that our user interactions will be shared, and also we become the interaction footprints in this virtual public venues. So how we manage this, we need to have some concepts. For example, contextual integrity. We will only leave the data. I mean, we will only get the data if necessary. For example, I will only share, for example, now I have augmented dialogue next to me. You can imagine there is a bubble. Will show every word I speak. Actually, it will become very dangerous. Maybe I only want to share the work content with my coworker or my personal stuff with my family. Maybe today I get COVID, then I only want to share this information with my with the medical doctor. So how we manage this, actually, they become very tricky, and we know very less about this topic. So it worth more investigation. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you.
And for other audience, if you have some more questions, you can ask Professor Lee here. Hello, you can just talk to Professor Lee if you have some questions. Okay, I have one question. You mentioned that yeah, I'm doing metaverse for education to build the meta classroom. So in your opinion, so you have some more suggestions for using metaverse in education?
I think because of the workshop is more like economics, right? Or e-commerce. Actually, education since scenarios is one of the commerce, right? It's a big business, to be honest. So, but the things I think metaverse can become the game changer. That you can invite all the students to make the contribution, not only the professor or lecturers or other teachers. Teaching staff. So you can invite students to contribute the education content, and then you need to give the incentive to them. Then the whole metaverse system will build up easier. So that is my suggestion.
Okay, thanks. And also, another question is that so what is the biggest challenge to build the metaverse commerce at the current stage? You say that now it seems that we didn't see so many companies that really use the metaverse to do business, to sell their product, but probably only Alibaba, but they have a demo, but not many.
I think one of the barrier is from the user. You see, the user may not accept the technology, and the headset is not ready. Nobody will. Yeah, they can just simply drive to the physical venues and then go shopping, right? But if you ask them to buy a headset and do to go into the immersive shopping mall, that may become an issue. So we still need several years to see the the critical mass appear in this environment. For the metaverse. So this is one of the issues, challenge. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you get a question from Mark.
Oh, any difference between the digitalization and digital trainings? So if I understand this question correctly, digitalization, what we mentioned is the digital transformation. For example, e-commerce, social platform, we change our way and we share our information in the digitalized world. But for the digital trainings, what I mentioned in the metaverse of the first stage, we need to build up the data connections between the physical environments and the virtual environments, and then they can interact together. So if we do some change in the virtual environments, the physical environments may have some change. One of the very preliminary example is the dynamic NFT. So if you for example, if the physical world do some, for example, I have an NFT of a particular professor, okay, who is very famous. And then this data refers to the Google Scholar. So if the Google Scholar, the citation number change or the paper number change, and then the NFT or the digital assets in the virtual world will have different appearance, maybe with an angel face or etc. Whatever you can imagine. So you can see the data connection in the digital trainings, and dynamic NFT is one of the good example. And the later half of this question is, if yes, which one is better for the creation of the meta experience? Like what I mentioned in the talk, we are going to upgrade our screen time, the 7-hour screen time every day, from the 2D interface to the 3D interface. So, or 3D world. So I will expect the metaverse will provide a better service because of the user experience and the immersiveness. Like we virtually visit a place. Like nowadays, now we have the Zoom. Okay, it's okay for functional purpose. But what about we want to touch? I want to feel the temperature that in the physical venues. Okay. The temperature, it means I am next to you. I can feel what you are doing. I can do more gestural interaction with you. So I think the 3D world can provide this type of functions. And if we refer this to the e-commerce domain, a lot can be done. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Yeah.
So any other questions? Hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
Yes. It seems that we don't have any other questions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then maybe we move on to the concluding remarks of the
Yes.
workshop.
Yeah. Yes. So this is yeah. Overall, we receive yeah. Are you still? Seems my
Your
connection.
screen, yeah, your connection is not very good, and your screen just freeze.
Oh yes, yes. But anyway, so this is so it's very. I'm very happy to organize the workshop with many of you, and to get to receive so many, also to receive so many excellent articles this year. So to describe the augmented reality from in the industry and like Huawei, and also we know some business prototype developed through VR AR. So and especially we are focused on the application. The application, like especially the application in the digital commerce. So I think so hopefully we may organize, still organize another workshop in ISMAR, still use the same topic. So maybe next year we will receive more papers. So it means that the digital commerce in metaverse is developing fast. And we will see you next year. So thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cool. Well, what do you think, Missy? Should we get started and give some like brief welcome to ISMAR or welcome to PERCAR and welcome to ISMAR remarks and go from there?
I think it's probably about time for that. And if you do the welcomes, I'll introduce you.
Very, very good. We'll work it out. It's a tag team. Welcome everyone to the it's getting confusing, but the severalth annual PERCAR workshop, traditionally held at IEEE VR, but now sometimes intermittently held at IEEE ISMAR as well. And either way, we're happy to have you here. I'm Rick Scarbez. Joining me today from the organizing committee is Missy Smith. And the two of us combined will be walking you through the day. We may or may not be joined by our other organizers, Nayara de Oliveira Faria, who is in another workshop, and Etienne Payard, who is in Singapore. So if you want to talk to a PERCAR organizer, you can find him, but he's probably trying to find a place where he can participate in the Zoom because we didn't plan this as well as we could have. But at any rate, PERCAR is short for, we still call it PERCAR. The X is pronounced like an A. It was started as the workshop for perceptual and cognitive issues in AR, and has focused primarily on mixed and augmented reality throughout its, I think, 8-year history at this point. But we've changed the A to an X to be more inclusive, I suppose, of all types of reality. But we still try to have a particular focus on perceptual and cognitive issues, and particularly on applying those perceptual perceptual and cognitive learnings to the development of mixed reality systems. We have selfishly perhaps a very exciting lineup planned for today. Part of that is me, because we called my own number in very egregious fashion to give a talk today. But in addition to me, you won't be hearing only from me. We're also going to hear from ISMAR. Forgive me if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. I didn't have a chance to talk to everybody beforehand. And Haley Adams and Shakiba Daivari, who will all be giving really fascinating, I think, talks about various perceptual and cognitive issues relating to mixed reality. Yeah, some folks here I know, some folks I don't know. So to everyone, welcome. But if anybody wants to, chime in and say hello and say where they're from, there aren't so many of us that we can't do a little whip around the room and say hello. So don't feel obligated to speak up. I know some of you are in hallways. But if you are willing and able to say hello, please say hello.
And I'll go last, so then I can transition us. So I'll wait until nobody jumps in and then I'll go.
We're having
I'll
fun.
start. I'm Saad Babu from Clemson University. I've been doing perception and cognition research in VR for more than 20 years. And really looking forward to this workshop. Thank you so much, Rick, and everyone for organizing this wonderful workshop here. I really had a great time in PICARS and IEEE VR this year.
I'll chime in too. Hey guys, I'm Haley Adams, PhD candidate at Vanderbilt, desperately trying to finish up. We're so close. But yeah, PERCAR is usually one of my favorite workshops at IEEE VR and PERCAR. So I was excited to give a chat today. More on that later.
Hi, I'm Aison from NYU. I'm a fourth-year PhD candidate. And it's actually my first time in an IEEE conference. I'm very excited to be part of it.
All right. Anybody else want to chime in? We're just going around and saying hello. Don't feel obligated, but we'll give it, 3, 2, 1 for anybody to jump in, and then if no one, we'll throw over to Missy. So, hello, Lisa. Thank you. You are maybe doing it tougher than all of us at 5:40 in the morning. So, thank you for joining us.
Feel free to keep your camera off.
I think you're still muted, James.
Hi.
Hello, Ghazal.
I'm Ghazale. I'm PhD student at Utrecht University. And I also have a poster presentation in ISMAR. I work on visualizing data by augmented reality. I think that maybe some parts of this workshop can help me in my work. And yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll jump in. Not sure if you can hear me. Probably a lot of noise around. James in from Meta, and then we are here in a conference, and actually now in the bar area, trying to find a place to pull in. So you guys are lucky when you join really remotely from your house. And then,
sorry, go ahead.
No worries. And so been in Meta for about 5 years, but starting in this field from about 25 years ago, working on my PhD, related to VR research, and certainly looking forward to a lot of discussion and learning from this workshop. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for joining. And we got a couple more in the chat. So Radha, a PhD student from UC Santa Barbara in Singapore. So also anybody that wants to meet Radha, please do. And And then Jonathan, hello. Thanks for joining. Yes, Jonathan is a colleague of mine, a research manager at Meta, who's sitting in a hallway. And Jess is sitting in the hallway with Jonathan and works with both Jonathan and me. So thanks y'all both for coming. I appreciate it.
Yes, hello, a big turnout. Thank you all for joining. Hello, Arash and Divya also. Hello, thank you.
All right, any other introductions, or should we jump right in?
I think let's go. If anyone else wants to introduce themselves, you can go ahead and do it in the chat and we'll welcome you there.
That sounds like a good plan. Well, before we kind of transition to the next part, I guess I should give a little context. So Dr. Rick Scarbez is a good friend and colleague and someone that I've worked closely with over the last few years, particularly during those COVID times. And a while back, I invited him to speak at Meta just to talk about some of his research and kind of his vision for, kind of his stance on things like presence and what comes next, and the relevance of presence as we move beyond just virtual reality. And basically his talk was so good that I begged him to do it again, but for a broader audience where I could share it outside of Meta, because we recorded that talk, but I can't share it with anyone. And I think that there's a large audience that would really be interested. So much to Rick's dismay, I begged him until he finally agreed to give his talk again. But I think this is the new and revised version. So I think he's made some changes and it's evolved a bit. But anyways, I'm pretty excited to watch it again because I think there's just a lot to unpack, and he's covering, I don't think quite 20 years of research in this space, but I think close to 20 years of his research, along with, prior work, of course, as well. So anyways, I'm really excited. And so Dr. Scarbez is a lecturer at La Trobe University and a pretty awesome person to boot. So with that, I will hand it over to him and I'll stop talking.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I really do appreciate it. And I am very glad to be able to give this new and improved version of the talk to y'all who have come out to listen. Before I begin, I'd like to just take a quick moment to acknowledge that I am giving this talk from the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, some of the many traditional custodians of Australia. I pay my respects to Indigenous elders past, present, and emerging, and extend that respect to any Indigenous participants here today. This acknowledgement of country is, thankfully for me, becoming standard practice here in Australia, but it's really not very common, I don't think, in other locales around the world, including my home country of the United States. So I don't mean to imply that acknowledging the traditional owners of our lands and waters solves any or all of the social and societal problems that we and they are dealing with. But I do think it represents a small step in the right direction, and I'd like to see more people adopt it, even in places where such acknowledgements are not traditionally done. But anyway, that out of the way, thank you for listening. Thank you for the very kind introduction. And I'm actually going to start with the very short version of the talk. So if you only have 5 minutes, I will try to make it a productive 5 minutes and give you my too long didn't read version of the talk. So first off, this is sort of what I imagine the space of presence to look like. This is not...
Are you sharing your slides?
I am trying to share my slides, but I'm failing apparently. So let's try that again. Thank you.
I cannot see, but...
No, I think that's me not sharing the slides appropriately.
Okay, I think there they are.
There we are. Thank you, Missy. Before I got too far in, I appreciate that. So this is sort of my conception of what the space of presence looks like. It is not only something that happens in virtual reality. In fact, I don't think it is possible to have presence in purely virtual reality. It is a mix of the stimuli from the virtual reality and real reality and internal reality, which is perhaps also known as the mental imagery space. So I think you are actually always present in several places at once, one of which may be virtual or augmented reality. On this slide, we have some objective characteristics of XR systems, mixed reality systems, which are in the roughly Carolina blue on the left, and they give rise to various subjective experiences, which are in the purple. Those include body ownership, place illusion, plausibility illusion, social presence, and so on. This is our revised reality virtuality continuum. This is based on work that I did with Missy as well as with Mary Witten, my former PhD advisor and active collaborator out of the University of North Carolina, where we have proposed a modification to the tried and true reality virtuality continuum, which now means that reality is not part of the continuum as was in the original case, but that most of what we call virtual reality is, which is to say that mixed reality is big enough to include what we would traditionally call virtual reality. And then the last sort of capsule header is our taxonomy or proposed taxonomy of mixed reality experiences, which sort of indicates, and I'll talk about this a bit more as we go, so teaser, but there is the immersion axis, which is roughly how good the sensory input and output of the system is, the coherence of the system, which is roughly how good the software is, how credible the behaviors are. And then we also have this extent of world knowledge dimension, which is most important in mixed and augmented reality. It's the idea of how much information does the system have about the real world context that it's embedded in. So these are sort of, if you only take away 5 minutes of this talk, you can leave now. But if you are inclined enough to stay, I'm going to continue by talking about presence. So what is it? Is how I'm going to start, and this is drawing heavily on work that I did with Dooley Murphy earlier this year out of the University of Copenhagen, who is now moving on to greater things at a medical simulation company that I'm forgetting the name of, but Dooley Murphy, I do remember the name, and you should too. So this idea started out, presence in virtual reality started out as telepresence, which was initially appearing in Omni magazine with Marvin Minsky talking about telepresence, saying that it's not science fiction, and this is in 1980, right? It is not science fiction. We could have a remote-controlled economy by the 21st century if we start planning right now. We didn't start planning right now, and we don't have a remote-controlled economy by the 21st century, although steps have certainly been made in that direction. But what telepresence is and how I would distinguish it from what we call presence in virtual reality, it's all about the ability to act in a remote location. So if I experience telepresence, I am able to affect my conscious desires in a remote location, right? And that is something that is not particularly complicated. The implementation might be complicated, but the philosophy of it is not. It's not a question of belief. Can I act remotely? If so, then yes, I have telepresence. But we have, for better or worse, in the virtual mixed augmented reality domain, come up with other constructs and versions and variations of presence that are not as simple as telepresence. So there's this idea of suspension of disbelief when it comes to presence, which is stated perhaps most recently by Janet Murray, but it comes from Samuel Taylor Coleridge, who was talking about his poetry. And the idea here is that, do I need to willingly suspend disbelief? Or if we want to switch sort of the burden of proof, do I need to actively create belief to feel present in virtual reality? And I think that based on what we know already and based on the history of research regarding presence, that you don't need that. It's not a matter of believing or not believing or being credible or not credible. If you are receiving appropriate perceptual stimuli, which is to say head tracked imagery, low latency, and so on, presence will just happen, right? So that's, I do not believe that suspension of disbelief is an important component of what most people would think of as a presence experience. We go on to another definition, another construct or concept of presence, the illusion of non-mediation, which is very popular in sort of the media theory thread of presence research with Matthew Lombard at Temple and the International Society for Presence Research and so on, who think that the defining characteristic of presence is that I forget that this experience is created or mediated by technology, right? It's as if I'm looking through a window. If I forget that it's there, then I feel present. Unfortunately, with respect to this definition, I think that this is unlikely to be sustained in any meaningful way. You can't ignore real reality, certainly not with current equipment, and certainly not for equipment that will exist in the foreseeable future. You're not going to be able to entirely ignore real reality. So I don't think this is a particularly useful conception of presence. That's, again, my opinion. But what most people mean when they talk about presence, and what I think is probably the most useful of these main three concepts related to presence, is being there. And this is what people usually mean when they say presence. And it means, do I feel like I am in another place, right? Most researchers make the point that it must be a non-real or a different place. I disagree. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in more detail. But do I feel like I'm in a place? Yes, I think you do. And I think that's a meaningful and useful conception of presence. But I go on to say, why can't we, or why don't we, also feel present in the real world at the same time or at a different time? Or do we feel a combination of the real world and the virtual world? So I'm not the first person who's had this idea. In a 2003 conference talk, Frank Biocca introduced his three-pole model of presence, which is depicted in this slide. I think this is sort of a criminally underappreciated piece of work because it introduces some really interesting ideas. One is that presence is not binary. Most researchers assume that presence is binary. You either have it or you don't in virtual reality. But Biocca sort of argued that no, you can be present simultaneously in virtual reality and real reality, and possibly also inside your own head in what he called mental imagery space, right? And there's this sort of zone of indifference in the middle where we don't know where we're present, or we don't have any particular presence experience. So in this model, presence is a hybrid experience. It's a combination of the real world, the everyday physical world, possibly a virtual world, possibly one or more virtual worlds, and also whatever is inside your head. Are you dreaming? Are you daydreaming? Are you distracted? One thing that I'd like to call attention to is that in his model, which is what's on this slide here, there's this notch indicating that he thought, at least, that one could not simultaneously be present in real and virtual reality. I disagree with that. And I think the experimental literature also disagrees with that. Not that this has been hugely studied, but there are papers that indicate that you can have a presence experience simultaneously in the real and in the virtual worlds. So I think that virtual reality isn't as virtual as we sometimes think, which leads us back to sort of the model that I proposed at the very start of the talk, where you can be present, you can feel present in any combination of these spaces, but not in purely virtual reality. And I'm going to argue this in a little bit more detail later on. But I don't think that it's possible to be purely present in virtual reality. It will always be a mix of at least some real reality. So this is taking me to the new part of this talk, right? What I've talked about so far was largely in my previous presentation. But presence is not a topic that usually gets a lot of traction at PERCAR or a lot of airtime, right? But I think that it is entirely appropriate for several reasons. So let's break it down. One is that I think presence is a perceptual issue. So we saw some different definitions of presence, but I said that I think being there was the most useful of them. And I also argued that being there is primarily a perceptual issue. It is based on the reception of appropriate perceptual stimuli, right? In the words of Worth et al. In 2007, it seems to depend on the construction of a spatial situation model that can stand up to testing of perceptual hypotheses. So presence, I think, is unavoidably, presence as so defined is unavoidably a perceptual issue. And we can ask about this or think about this in a couple of different ways. We can ask, how does perception impact presence? And we can ask, how does presence impact perception? Because I think this is a bi-directional process, right? Perception has influences on presence, and presence also can influence perception. So here are some sort of research questions that I'm just throwing into the middle of the talk that I'd be more than happy to talk about later, or for somebody to, do a PhD on. But what perceptual cues are necessary or sufficient to elicit presence in a user? So this is a question about how perception influences presence. So I said that you need to be able to build a spatial situation model. What cues are mandatory, if any, to construct that model? That is a perception question that informs our experience of presence. The other way around, we can ask, does feeling present impact the user's ability to make accurate perceptual judgments? And this is a case where presence might influence perception. Does a user who feels presence make better or worse perceptual judgments? As far as I know, that's an open question. A couple more questions. Can we determine a minimal perceptual stimulus that would generate presence? Can we, use a virtual presence scope to identify what it takes for a presence experience to emerge? That's a really interesting question to me. We can also ask, do misperceptions associated with XR, I should say mixed reality, for reasons that we'll see in a couple of slides, but any type of mediated reality. So for example, we know that in virtual reality, depth underestimation occurs pretty much across the board, right? Does that help or harm our ability to experience presence? The fact that we can't make accurate perceptual judgments. And this leads me to maybe a broader question, which is to say, do our perceptions need to be veridical, truthful, to give us a presence experience, or do they just have to be credible? Do they need to be close enough? I don't know, and I don't think the community knows. So these are all, I think, questions that would be very interesting research topics. I may never get to them, so I'm giving them freely, right? But I'm happy to talk about them more. So presence is, I think, clearly intertwined with perception, right? So if you care about perception in XR, presence is a valid topic of study. But I also think that cognition has an impact on presence and is impacted by presence. So I said that the spatial situation model is based purely or almost purely on perception. So do we need cognition to get to presence. And I don't think we need it, but just because we don't need it doesn't mean we can't make use of it. I think that that cognitive factors can either enhance the presence experience or detract from the presence experience, right? If I go in thinking this is a bunch of junk, I'm not going to get fooled by this perceptual experience that I'm having. That almost certainly has some effect on how involved, how immersed, how engrossed we get in this virtual reality experience. So just like we did with perception, I think this is a two-way street. I think cognition impacts presence, and I think presence impacts cognition. And so I'll toss out a couple of more research questions. Can a user intentionally manipulate their feeling of presence? Like, can I go in saying, nah, I don't buy it. I'm not going to get suckered by this gadget? Or can I go in and say, this is going to be great. I can't wait to go to Narnia, right? Either way, does that impact my ability to experience presence? Do other thoughts or feelings impact the sense of presence? Do other cognitive issues? If I am under mental stress, can I have a presence experience? And then the other way around, does feeling present correlate with other mental states, be they positive or negative? And this is something that I'm going to come back to at the very end of the talk. We sort of assume that presence is a good thing, but it's not entirely clear why. So that's something that I'm going to return to later and would also be happy to talk about. So we've got perception, we've got cognition. What's left? R, right? So far, I've talked about virtual reality, presence as a phenomenon that emerges in virtual reality. That is also true from the vast majority of the presence literature. Most people don't talk about or can't talk about, foreshadowing, how presence is related to augmented or mixed reality experiences. I think there's a very good reason for that I'll come back to in just a few minutes. So, title of the talk was something like Presence and Beyond. We've covered presence. Now we're going beyond. So a lot of folks these days, following on from a very influential on me paper by Mel Slater that he wrote in 2009 about place illusion and plausibility illusion as contributing factors to presence. Some of us prefer to talk about various illusions in virtual reality rather than presence. We think they're more precise, and I think that's accurate. So you can talk about place illusion, or PI, which is the illusion of being in the place depicted by the media. Am I in Narnia? Am I on the moon? Am I in a digital copy of the real computer lab? We can talk about plausibility, or plausibility illusion, psi, which is the illusion that events in the media are actually occurring. Did I swim with whales, right? To refer back to some work out of Jeremy Bailenson lab. Body ownership, which is the illusion that the body depicted by the media belongs to you. And co-presence, which is the illusion that you are with other sentient beings in the space. I argue, and will continue to argue, that co-presence seems to follow as a consequence if you have I and you have psi. Right? If you have those, you probably also have co-presence, but we'll come back to that in a minute. So all of these illusions and presence are subjective experience. They are what a philosopher would call qualia, right? They are internal subjective states. I can feel present. You can't necessarily see that I feel present, or your experience of presence may not be the same as my experience of presence. So this is an engineering conference. I am an engineer by training. I suspect many of you are as well. We generally are more interested in what are the objective system characteristics that drive these subjective experiences. So for place illusion, this is relatively well studied compared to the other ones that I'm going to talk about. It derives from immersion. And this is an area of nomenclatural confusion, right? If you're from sort of the game studies or media studies area, immersion is engagement. Am I immersed in this media experience? Am I invested in it? Do I care about it? In the virtual reality, mixed reality community, we generally use immersion to refer to the characteristics of the hardware that are presenting this media experience. Do they have low latency? Do they have a wide field of view? Do they have a low pixel pitch? In Slater's terms, in Slater's words, this is the sensory motor contingencies of the system. What does the system let me do? If I turn my head, does the imagery update? If I get closer to an object, do I see it in more detail? So immersion, as so defined, I think, and most of us think, that that contributes directly to the experience of place illusion. But it does not strictly determine it. Individual differences matter. The way you interact with the system and the way I interact with the system will be different. But broadly speaking, immersion provides the boundaries within one can experience place illusion. Similarly, I think, at least, coherence is primarily a software characteristic, and that gives rise to plausibility. So if you have glitches in your system, if you have inconsistent behavior of characters or objects, if your presence in the environment doesn't seem to be acknowledged, right? These are factors that decrease coherence and therefore put tighter boundaries on the experience of plausibility that you may have, right? And again, I don't think it's strictly determined. It's individual differences matter. But by and large, how good your software is going to determine how plausible you think the behavior of the system is. A third illusion, body ownership, is produced when you have appropriate sensory input, which is to say immersion, as well as a virtual body. And I argue here that you don't need a virtual body to experience body ownership. That seems counterintuitive, so let me go into a bit more detail. If you have sufficient immersion, you're still getting high fidelity sensory feedback from the virtual reality. When you turn your head, the imagery updates. When you hear sound, sound is spatially generated. You can tell if it's coming from your right or from your left. Your eye point is roughly the right distance from the ground. All of this is to say that the Occam's razor explanation for how these stimuli are being generated is that you have a virtual body. You just can't see it. You're invisible, but you're still roughly, 1.7 meters tall, and you have stereo vision, and you have ears on either side of your head. And that explains the stimuli that you're receiving. So I think that that this is recognized as having an implicit virtual body. Even if you don't have a visible, a rendered virtual body. And then also there is social presence, which I think derives from coherence, the behavior of other characters in the environment, as well as what I call company. And company is simple. I've added another word, which I apologize for. But by company, all I mean is, are there other sentient beings or seemingly sentient beings in the environment with you, right? You wouldn't expect to feel social presence in an empty room, right? There needs to be a character there to interact with. And that's all I mean by company. So if they exist and they behave realistically, then you get social presence, I think. To borrow from Slater, that very influential 2009 paper, if you are there, is say you experience place illusion, and what appears to be happening is really happening, plausibility, then it is happening to you. Hence, you are likely to respond as if it were real. And that's really his definition of presence. And I think a useful definition of presence. Do you process information from the environment as if it were real, right? And if you are present and there are other social entities present in the space, then by extension, you should be experiencing co-presence. So this is my current thinking, my working model for how things we can measure, right? Things we can count, having a virtual body and having an immersive system and having a coherent system and having company present or absent in the system, give rise to these various subjective feelings that we care about in virtual and augmented mixed reality. So it seems to me and to some of my colleagues that immersion and coherence drive the experience of media, and especially virtual reality media. Does this generalize to mixed reality? And what do I mean? So a lot of people have used mixed reality to mean a lot of things. Hopefully in the next couple of slides, it will become clear what I mean when I say mixed reality. So to get to mixed reality, we start with a very influential concept in the history of augmented and virtual and mixed reality, which is Milgram and Caccino's reality virtuality continuum, which says that on one end, you've got the real environment, and on the other end, you've got virtual environment, virtual reality, and everything in between is mixed reality. You might call some of it augmented reality if it's more real than virtual, and you might call some of it augmented virtuality if it's more virtual than real, but it's all mixed reality, everything in the middle. They specifically called out that the real world is not mixed reality, and virtual reality is not mixed reality. Because in the real world, in both of those cases, as far as they see it, there is no mixing, right? It makes sense if you adopt their definition of mixed reality. In the real world, you're only getting real sensory information. In the virtual world, you're only getting virtual sensory information. So if you have that, then it is straightforward to define a generic mixed reality environment as one in which real and virtual world objects are presented together within a single display. And the question I pose to you is it really as straightforward as it sounds? And so I'm going all the way back to Ivan Sutherland's ultimate display, from 1968, which he posited was a room within which the computer can control the existence of matter. And if you're a Star Trek fan, that basically means the holodeck. Sutherland argued that a chair displayed in such a room would be good enough to sit in, handcuffs displayed in such a room would be confining, and a bullet displayed in such a room would be fatal. The computer can control matter, which spoiler alert, we can't do, right? We're a long way away from that. But I argue that even in this sort of hypothetical far future scenario, the ultimate display is still mixed reality, not virtual reality. There will be inherent conflicts between the real and the virtual. You will always perceive a mixture because you still have an inner ear that tells you where the down vector is. You still have feet that receive pressure from the floor. You still have a stomach that can tell you whether you feel hungry, right? There are various interoceptive senses that cannot be controlled even by a computer that can control the existence of matter. So for me, the only relatively clear dividing line seems to be between unmediated real reality and any sort of technology-mediated experience. Which takes me to this, where traditional, conventional VR, here labeled external, is now part of mixed reality. Unmediated reality, still not mixed reality. And on the other end, the hypothetical matrix-like virtual reality might not be part of mixed reality as well. If we have full control over your interoceptive senses, that could be pure virtual. I don't think that's likely in any of our lifetimes. So that brings us to this taxonomy of mixed reality experiences. So how can you talk about or classify a mixed reality system? Well, you can classify it by the amount of immersion that the system has. You can classify it by the amount of coherence that the system enables. But now for mixed reality, if we are mixing, if stimuli from the virtual world can affect the real world and vice versa, we need a third dimension. We need to talk about the extent of world knowledge associated with the system. And that's basically how much of the real world is modeled by the computer. How close are we to having a digital twin? Okay. Once again, these objective system characteristics, immersion, coherence, and extent of world knowledge, give rise to subjective feelings. Some of these we've seen before. Immersion gives rise to place illusion. Coherence gives rise to plausibility illusion. Immersion and coherence give rise to presence. Some of them, to the best of my knowledge, had never been named before the paper that I'm discussing, that Missy and Mary and I wrote. I'm not married to these names, but I think that conceptually they are important. So, in virtual reality, immersion, increasing immersion, is conceptually straightforward, but potentially technically hard, right? We can always keep inventing better hardware that lowers latency or gives you a better field of view or is physically lighter. Coherence is also conceptually straightforward, but technically hard. You need virtual objects only to play nice with other virtual objects. We don't care about whether they can interact with the real world. We don't let them interact with the real world. So extent of world knowledge is essentially nil. If you're talking about pure virtual reality, we give up on this point, right? We don't need to know, we don't want to know about the real world. So VR is generally going to have medium to high immersion and coherence and almost no extent of world knowledge. Which is to say, in virtual reality, you're likely to experience some level of presence as traditionally defined, the sense of being there, right? We still don't really have great measures for it, and that's a different talk. I spent more time on that last time. I'm happy to talk about presence measurement with you, but I might take a while. But so virtual reality systems are going to give rise to presence in the way that we traditionally think of presence. That's not necessarily true for augmented reality and mixed reality systems. In augmented reality, immersion is essentially free. You can sense the real world directly. You are present in the real world. Coherence is really hard because now the virtual objects not only have to play nice with other virtual objects, they also have to play nice with real objects. Extent of world knowledge is also really hard. This is really the defining characteristic of augmented reality. So if you can get extent of world knowledge, if you can get coherence, then you've nailed it, right? So what does that mean? That means that our goal, if we are measuring our success as an augmented reality system, we need systems that have high coherence and high extent of world knowledge, which we sort of arbitrarily labeled system intelligence illusion, because the virtual object should behave intelligently, both with respect to each other and the real world. You can argue whether that is named appropriately, but the point that I think you need to take away here, or I think that you should take away here, I don't know if you need it or not, is that presence is not an appropriate way of evaluating augmented and mixed reality systems. Presence sort of doesn't make sense if you're not talking about virtual reality. In augmented reality, measuring the presence of your system is asking an impossible question, right? Or maybe not right. I shouldn't presume that, but that's what I think. So this is, with the next slide, I'm going to sidestep a little bit, and I'm going to say that some folks, including Slater, many others, insist that you must know that the environment is unreal to experience, for example, place illusion. That's why he calls it place illusion. It is the illusion of being in a place. I disagree. I think that what you can experience is not just spatial presence or place illusion, but a feeling of placeness. And the reason I come to this conclusion is that if presence is explicitly defined as false, what is true? We've all experienced what it feels like to be in a place. You're probably experiencing it right now. But to the best of my knowledge, no one has yet clearly defined it or operationalized it. I believe that we need to study this sensation, which I tentatively call placeness, in order for any theory of presence we develop to be coherent, to make sense. We need to know what it is like to be present in the real world. Because if we're just saying that virtual reality is not that feeling, then we're kind of begging the question. So, similarly, we need to consider not just plausibility illusion, but plausibility, full stop. Instead of place illusion, we need to think about the relationship of place illusion to placeness. We need to think about the relationship of plausibility illusion to plausibility. But interestingly, at least to me, extent of world knowledge does not have a real world analog. By its nature, it assumes that there is a world distinct from, but somehow connected to, the real world. Extent of world knowledge is what makes a mixed reality system mixed reality. I don't know if that's as deep as it sounds, but I feel like there's something fundamental here, and I would like to invite folks to talk about it and explore it with me. On to some final thoughts. Like I said, if you only paid attention to 5 minutes, I hope you listened to the first 4 or 5 slides. If you only pay attention to 10 minutes, I hope you took a nap in the middle, because now we're getting to the juicy stuff. So, presence is complicated. There are several definitions, and the most common, but not universal one, but I think the most useful one, is being there. The sensation of being in a place. Why do we care so much about being there? Why do we care so much about presence? One reason I think we care about presence is that we think it impacts task performance or preference or enjoyment or spending money in a virtual reality. It may very well not. I can talk more about that later. There is a very compelling paper from Welch from more than 20 years ago that argues there is no reason to expect that more presence necessarily correlates with other things that we care about. Why do we continue to care about presence? A second reason might be that we think it is a general measure of goodness for VR, that we can generalize a presence measure across VRs or MRs and say this one is better than that one because it has a higher presence score. It doesn't do that job. I can argue that in more detail if you want to, but I'll keep it brief for the purpose of finishing on time. So I think that rather than presence, if you want to evaluate your system, you should prefer measures that are specific to your task or environment or application. It may not be generalizable, but presence is also not really generalizable because it is so inherently tied to what is possible in your environment. To that end, I think researchers should embrace qualitative methods where possible. I suspect this is an engineering heavy room. Certainly, I was very drawn to quantitative measures for things in the earlier days of my research career, but I am trending toward the dark side. And I think that we can learn much more by getting people to talk about their experiences and do qualitative research with them. In that respect, individual differences really matter and deserve more investigation. A lot of presence research sort of assumes that presence is the same to everyone, and I don't think that's true. We have immersion and coherence as mostly, at least, independent factors that drive the presence experience, also meaning place illusion, plausibility illusion, and so on. The extent of world knowledge is what makes mixed reality special. That is what differentiates us from not just virtual reality, but movies and plays and novels. These systems don't have extent of world knowledge. We should embrace that, and we need to study it more. Placeness and plausibility can be, and I think need to be, better understood in order to develop a coherent presence theory. I think we've done a lot of good work so far, but if we're going to take the next step, I think this is what is required. And finally, you can never get rid of the reality in virtual or mixed reality. We're stuck with it, so we might as well make peace with it. Thank you to my collaborators, especially Missy Smith, Mary Whitten, and Julie Murphy, and thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Rick. That was really great. And I just wanted to chime in to say, feel free to, raise your hand and I can call on people, or also you can send messages in chat and I'll be the person to read those out. But yeah, so do we have any questions? I think we have about probably 10 to 20 minutes that we could spend chatting.
I have a question. This is a fascinating talk. You gave us a lot to think about. And given that it's past midnight in my time zone, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep much because you gave me a lot of questions that I'm still pondering over. So, and I might still be tossing in bed tonight, thinking about those.
Well,
really
hopefully I haven't prevented you from getting a good night's sleep, but thank you for the kind words.
Really nice talk. Well, one aspect that I was curious about and I didn't hear much in your talk, and I wanted to get your thoughts on it, is the Gestalt aspect, which is that Larry Hodges always used to talk about, what you bring to the experience and what you find there, what you take away from that experience is just as important as the place illusion, the plausibility, for example, and they may be related in some sort. You talked about the sensory motor aspects, which of course is relevant from a perception action perspective, but also from a mental perspective, cognitive and social belief, mores, norms, things like that, our superstitions, for instance, our likes, dislikes. Those are things I think that can also moderate this in ways that I haven't seen any model take into consideration. And also what you find there and what you take away from would also be very interesting. For example, you can imagine in Meta being able to meet with someone, having a, visiting a place often, but in one occasion, meeting and talking to someone, having a great conversation, being able to connect. And that might have that sort of social interaction, and the quality of that social interaction might immediately moderate other dimensions of presence. We think of these dimensions as being mutually exclusive, but they're not. They're highly related to one another. And I think one aspect that is missing is the mind in all this. Sorry, I'm getting long-winded, but yeah, I hope you got my point.
No, I think I did, and it's a very interesting point. So I will comment on that from sort of two directions. One is like an experimental direction, and one is just thinking about it. So I have done some previous work, and other people have done some work with respect to plausibility illusion. And one of the things we identified is, this is in a 2017 paper at IEEE VR, that behind the virtual body was the most important thing for getting someone to believe in the space. But the second most important thing was what I call the gestalt, right, or scenario coherence, which is to say, does the scenario you're having make sense in the world that you're having it in? Right. So in this case, it was you were talking to some people in like a virtual bar, and it was whether it was in a virtual bar or a fancy restaurant or like an abstract Tron world, right? And people really wanted to be in the space where the conversation made sense, right? So that's one perspective you can think of the gestalt. I think, it's very important that kind of everything hangs together. But I think what you were getting at was almost more the gestalt in your own mind, the way an individual assembles these stimuli into something that makes sense to them. And something that they can take away from that experience. And that's really interesting. I would love to study that, and I would love to talk about it more. I think it is a critical part. And I think that we're approaching a time in our lives, a time in world history where these more philosophical questions can be investigated with the help of virtual and augmented and mixed reality technology. We can sort of not necessarily experimentally verify psychology and philosophy, because I'm not sure if that's possible, but certainly can use sort of different theories of mind to design experiments and see if one is more plausible than another, right? So I think this is a really interesting idea. Thank you for bringing it up. I don't know that I have more useful to say than that at the moment, but I'd love to talk more.
This was a very useful discussion. Thank you.
Yeah.
And also, is the Frontiers paper you mentioned in your talk, was it published in 2021? I'd love to read it.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Well, if not, I won't make you stare at me. I'll stop my sharing, and maybe we can just take 5. Do we have time to take 5? before the next talk?
Yeah, we
Folks
do.
can get a drink or a snack or a nap.
Sounds good. Yeah, we can meet back at 40, or I guess quarter till whatever the next hour is, or in about 7 minutes.
7 minutes from now, we'll be back with Ison's talk. So thank you very much for listening.
All right, see y'all in a bit. And also, if you want to stay and hang out and chat, you're welcome to do that as well. And we're back.
It's like we never left.
Something like that. All right, well, we can keep moving on. And I can briefly introduce our next speaker, just to give Rick a chance to take a break from having to talk so much. And so our first speaker is Ison DR, and she is as she said earlier, a fourth-year PhD student at NYU. And I also had the pleasure of working with her a bit over the summer as she interned with my group and worked with some of us at Reality Labs Research. And so I won't take away any of her steam, and I will just hand it over to you, Ison. And thank you so much for sharing your work and being willing to present.
Thank you very much for introducing Missy. Thank you everyone for showing interest in this talk. I completed my internship at Meta Reality Labs in the past month, and I will be talking about some of the work I did there as an intern. Very excited to see former mentors and teammates here. Today, I will be talking about proposing an objective measure of embodiment. I will be introducing some perceptual concepts and proposing an objective measure. This is an early work, and most of it is still a hypothesis. Avatars are representations of ourselves in the virtual environment. It can be either full body avatars with different styles and clothes, or it can just be virtual hands from the first person view. And we can really associate ourselves with these avatars. How does this experience emerge? And more importantly, can we quantify this experience? To answer these questions, I will first talk about embodiment illusion, and then introduce a sensory perceptual phenomena, the sensory attenuation of action outcomes. Sense of embodiment is very broad, and it is an everyday unconscious experience. We have the sense that we have control over our actions, and we have the sense of a causal link between our actions and the outcomes of our actions. It's described as the feeling of one's own body, and it's considered as the starting point of having a self-identity. And this is also linked to many other psychological processes such as personality, biases, and traits. Embodiment can be elicited through illusions by substituting a person's physical, real body by an inanimate or a virtual one. And rubber hand illusion is the first demonstration of this. Many of you may have already heard of this. So a rubber hand is placed in front of a person, and the experimenter applies some sort of tactile stimulation to the rubber hand and the real hand simultaneously. And the person really experiences the ownership of this rubber hand. And the aspects of embodiment illusion can also be reconstructed in virtual reality, which means that the virtual bodies can also be embodied. This is very exciting because virtual reality enables infinite possibilities, and the research shows that embodiment illusion can alter people's attitudes, biases, cognition, and skilled actions. There can be many ways to approach embodiment illusion, and Rick already made a very nice introduction to this. Today, I will introduce 6 components from the literature, and These are very important factors that elicit embodiment illusion, and also researchers can target these components using questionnaires to measure the experience of embodiment illusion. The first one is limb or body ownership, agency and motor control, location of the body. These three are considered to be main ones, and during the later parts of my talk, I will also mainly focus on these three of them. And the rest are external appearance, tactile sensations, and responses to external stimuli. Now I am moving to a perceptual phenomena, sensory attenuation of action outcomes. It is a decrease in the perceived intensity, sensitivity, and neural response amplitude for the self-triggered signals as compared to externally triggered signals. It has been studied for tactile, auditory, and visual stimuli, and individuals perceive the outcomes of their own actions to be less intense as compared to the stimuli generated by a computer or another person. One example is that you cannot tickle yourself because the tactile sensation elicited by oneself is attenuated. And this is discussed as a sensory mechanism that serves to distinguish self from external. Does this all sound familiar to you? Because it all sounds like maybe sensory attenuation and embodiment might be enabled by some overlapping mechanisms. If that were the case, sensory attenuation may inform us about the subjective experience of virtual embodiment. Let's move to the research question. Here we ask, can we use auditory attenuation as an objective measure of embodiment illusion in virtual environments? Before jumping there, let's look at the literature that explored this potential relationship that might be useful for XR applications. This paper investigates the relationship between sensory attenuation and rubber hand illusion embodiment. They mainly focused on tactile perception. In the experiment, participants press a sensor that generates a force on the resting hand, and they need to reproduce the sensation that they perceived. And they found that attenuation was elicited with an embodied rubber hand. Let's go over the experimental design. So they had 4 conditions. In the top row, sensory attenuation was tested when the tactile stimulation was applied with the real hand. This is the active hand triggering the tactile stimulation, and the palm we see is the resting hand that receives the stimulation. Active hand triggers some mechanism to generate a force on the resting hand. And in this real 0 centimeter condition, the active hand was placed on top of the resting hand. And in this real 25 centimeter condition, the active hand is placed 25 centimeter away from the resting hand. They found decreased sensory attenuation when the active hand was placed away, further away from the resting hand. The bottom row are the 2 conditions that they tested the sensory attenuation during the rubber hand illusion. This time, the real hand will be triggering the tactile stimulation behind an occluder. This is the occluder. And the gray hand is the rubber hand. Sorry. The participants will be seeing the embodied rubber hand to trigger the tactile stimulation while their real hand is occluded behind. And in this condition, the rubber hand is placed in the same orientation as the real hand. And they found, and the sensory attenuation levels they found was comparable to this condition where the real 0 hand, when the hand was placed on top of the resting hand. And in this condition, these are like very similar, but this time the rubber hand is just oriented 180 degrees opposite of the actual hand, and they performed the same task. In this condition, the sensory attenuation was comparable when the real hand was placed 25 centimeters away. Yeah, so all of these results are very interesting because it shows that sensory attenuation can be elicited by embodied rubber hand, and it is affected by the spatial parameters of the agent hand that is generating the tactile stimulation. But we are actually interested in the subjective experience of this ownership. So we are asking how much this sensory attenuation is impacted by the ownership of this rubber hand. So they also collected some questionnaire data for the embodied rubber hand conditions, and asked participants to report the ownership of the rubber hand. They found a positive correlation between ownership and the sensory attenuation. Note that this is a weak correlation and it's a measure across subjects. So sensory attenuation was stronger for participants who reported stronger ownership of the rubber hand. The x-axis is the subjective reports, and this is the computed sensory attenuation level. But this is a weak correlation, and it is not a strong evidence to conclude that it can be a good measure to assess the ownership of the virtual hands. Let's go over a quick summary. Embodiment enables sense of self, and it's a critical concept in virtual environments. It is a continuum. It varies across and within individuals. Tactile attenuation is linked to embodiment with the rubber hand illusion, but this is not really feasible to implement in virtual reality because we cannot control how much force people apply to their own hands. And auditory attenuation in virtual environments could be co-varying with the embodiment level, but this has not been experimentally tested. And so far, all we have is subjective measures regarding the sense of embodiment. I first want to ask, why does sensory attenuation matter? Embodiment illusion is important to quantify, and virtual body represent us in fully immersive virtual environments. There are social, cognitive, and perceptual and behavioral impacts. And sensory attenuation is a strong candidate for an objective measure of embodiment illusion, for not to rely on subjective reports and to make less assumptions. And also, it can be a quick and easy measure of virtual experience. Let's repeat the question one more time. We here ask, can we use auditory attenuation as an objective measure of embodiment illusion in virtual environments? I will now explain the proposed experimental task and the dependent variables. The experiment consists of 3 phases, and the first 2 phases are conducted with a computer. And the first phase is the main experiment with virtual reality. The first phase is the training phase. It is a simple task to train individuals for the actual experiment. It is a computerized task. Participants perform a sound intensity discrimination. In every trial, they passively listen to 2 auditory tones with different intensities, and they report which tone was louder, either the first or the second one. The sound intensities are selected to be easily distinguishable, and we expect participants to perform above 95% accuracy. If they perform well in the training phase, they move on to the baseline phase. This is another computerized experiment outside the VR, and this phase is to measure sensory attenuation. We perceive the outcomes of our own actions to be less intense, as I explained. And in our study, instead of tactile stimulation, as in the previous study, or as in the tickling example, we focus on attenuation of auditory tones. So this phase is to measure sensory attenuation of auditory stimuli. The purpose of this phase is to serve as a baseline and an inclusion criterion. We do not know how pronounced sensory attenuation is across individuals. And for the purpose of this study, we would like to test individuals with sensory attenuation effects outside the VR. And with this phase, we would like to measure the perception for externally triggered and self-triggered tones outside the VR so that we can test our hypotheses within the VR in a separate phase. Similar to the training phase, participants hear 2 sounds every trial with variable intensities, but this time the intensities are not as easily distinguishable. In every trial, one of the tones is the standard tone, constant across trials, and the other tone is a test tone with varying decibels, either lower or higher intensity than the standard tone. And again, the task is to report which sound was louder. This time there are 2 types of trial. One type is computer-computer, where participants just make a sound intensity comparison, and both tones are triggered by computer. They just passively listen in those trials. And in trial type 2, it's a computer self-comparison, and they trigger the standard tone in those trials. When they see a trigger message, they push the spacebar to trigger that tone. So how do we measure sensory attenuation with this experimental design? I will introduce the psychometric function to you. On the x-axis, we have the test tone intensity relative to the standard tone intensity, and standard is in the middle. And test intensity can either be lower or higher intensity than the standard tone. On the y-axis, we have the probability of responding to test greater than standard tone. On the right side of the plot, test intensity is higher than standard, so we expect probability of responding to the test to be higher. And on the left side of the plot, the test tone intensity is lower, so we expect the probability to be lower in this region. For an ideal observer, the response would look like this, always choosing the test when the test is higher and never choosing the test when it's lower. And when they are equal intensity, we would expect the middle point to be at 50% chance level. This is an example of what we call a psychometric function. But humans are not ideal observers, and the data and the psychometric function looks more like this for human observers. There's internal noise, biases, and perceptual factors, and our responses form a sigmoidal shape rather than a step function. There's also noise during the sampling process. So the actual data looks more like this, and the gray line is the fitted psychometric function. At this point, I showed the point that is called point of subjective equality. It corresponds to the test stimulus level, test stimulus intensity level that the participants report to be equal as the standard tone intensity. It is the X value that corresponds to the 50% Y value. How do we use the psychometric function to measure sensory attenuation? We have 2 trial types where people compare computer versus computer generated tones, and the other trials computer versus self-triggered tones. In the computer comparison conditions, we expect this point of subjective equality to be at 50% level. We do not have a reason to expect it to be either lower or higher in this case. And in the computer self-comparison condition, we expect a PSE shift towards the left on these trials. recall that the observers triggered the standard tone in all of the trials. So if there is sensory attenuation, the standard tone will be perceived as less intense. Although the test tone is physically higher, they're going to perceive the tones that they triggered to be physically less intense. So we expect a leftward PSC shift in case of a sensory attenuation. And we compute the sensory attenuation index as a difference between the PSCs, PSC of the computer-computer comparison trials minus the self-computer comparison trials. Let's move to the main phase, the actual experimental conditions to test our hypotheses regarding the link between embodiment illusion and sensory attenuation. It has a very similar structure as the two previous phases, but now this is conducted within VR. In this phase, we aim to systematically manipulate embodiment illusion and test auditory attenuation at varying levels of embodiment. Yeah, so if you remember the previous study I showed you, they only tested across individuals. So by systematically manipulating embodiment illusion within individuals, we can test how sensory attenuation varies with subjective experience of embodiment illusion. How are we going to do this? We propose introducing a lag to the virtual hand movement when they are triggering the sound. Previous research has showed that sense of agency responses drop as a function of delayed action. In other words, when there's a higher lag for the visual action relative to the actual action onset, the subjective reports regarding the feeling for motor control decreases. In our experiment, we have 5 conditions hypothesized to distort the embodiment illusion. In 2 conditions, there is no lag. And in one of them, there's a basic haptic feedback when interacting with the virtual object to trigger the sound. And there's no haptic feedback in the other conditions. And we introduce higher and higher lag in the other conditions. We also would like to measure the subjective experience, and we focus, as I initially said, we focused on 3 main factors and adapted the previously used questionnaires. After each trial where participants trigger a tone and respond to the sound intensity, excuse me, a statement will be presented and participants are asked to rate how much they agree with the statement on a scale from -3 to +3. We focus on limb body ownership, and an example questionnaire statement is, I felt as if the virtual hand was my hand. Agency and motor control, I felt like I could control the virtual hand as if it was my own hand. Location of the body, I felt as if the virtual hand was where my hand was. And this is an example trial sequence for this study. What will the psychometric function look like? Oh, I'm sorry. So I move on to the hypothesized results. The questionnaire measures 3 indices as I just introduced: body limb ownership, agency and motor control, location of the body. Overall, we expect a decrease in the embodiment score with the increasing lag and the removing of the haptic feedback. And this drop may or may not be linear, and it may differ for different components of embodiment illusion. And the psychometric function is expected to look like this. So when there is a haptic feedback and there's no lag, we expect the biggest shift and to resemble it to the PSC shift outside the VR experiments as in the baseline condition. And we expect attenuation to decrease gradually with visual lag and no haptic feedback, and such that the PSC, the point of subjective equality, will get closer to the standard level. So overall, we expect embodiment scores to correlate with the point of subjective equality differences across conditions. We are going to scale the point of subjective equality based on the PSC levels from the baseline phase, and then we can have a gradual drop across individuals aligned from maximum PSC to lowest PSC at different levels of embodiment. My internship was only 3 months, so I was able to pilot the baseline phase only, and we mainly focused on how much, what is the optimum method to quantify the sensory attenuation in this scenario. For the first pilot, I used a simple computerized task, and this also served to select an appropriate sound intensity, and as I said, operationalize sensory attenuation, and also to provide an independent data set which directly does not refer to the hypothesis. We used a method of constant stimuli with presenting sounds with varying intensities, and we counterbalanced and randomized the trial conditions and asked participants to report which sound was louder when they triggered the tone or did not trigger the tone. These are example results from 3 observers, and we found either no PSC shift or a shift in the opposite direction. After seeing these results, we went back to the literature and revised our experimental design and changed some of the timing parameters, as well as the counterbalancing of the order of the triggered tones. And in this version, we had a block design, and participants either triggered the first tone or they did not trigger any of the tones. And we increased the intertrial intervals. This is an example data from 2 observers, and we found a small PSC shift in accordance with the literature. However, as you can see, this PSC shift is very small to identify a gradual change with embodiment manipulation. So we collapsed across the y-axis and computed the overall percentage that people reported tests to be higher than standard. And as you can see, among most observers, we were able to find a metric that we may use in the VR experiment. So there's a lot of room for seeing a gradual change with the embodiment manipulation. And according to our hypotheses, by introducing more and more lag, we expect these percentages to drop and become to the unity line, and the 2 conditions, computer-computer and computer-self conditions, to become more similar. And for this person, it can either go upwards or downwards. And again, in this case, we are going to correlate it with the embodiment scores. So moving to the next step, we would like to test our hypotheses in the VR environment using both methods as the PSC shift or the overall percentage of the responses. And for potential future applications, if an objective measure of embodiment can be established, it can be used for testing embodiment illusion for a new avatar, testing whether a new hand tracking algorithm improves sense of agency, and measuring potential day-to-day fluctuations in embodiment illusion to adjust output parameters. I would like to thank you, all of you, for listening to me and all my mentors and advisors from Meta.
Thanks, Ison. And I think we have time for about one question before we need to move on. Does anybody have a question?
I suppose I'll go ahead if nobody else does. I think that was a really interesting talk, and thank you especially for the clear explanation of the psychometric function and why it happens. I think that was a really nice treatment of that material. But with respect to your specific research, what made you choose auditory as the channel that you're manipulating for this objective measure?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Sensory attenuation has been studied for visual, auditory, and tactile stimuli. And it is not really feasible to measure tactile attenuation because you cannot really control how much force they can apply to their own hands. And auditory stimuli is just like very easy to manipulate the intensity of, control the output, and ask people to, it's a very natural question to ask people how intense it was. Another option could be visual as well. There is less number of studies for visual attenuation, and the stimuli they use are less, how can I say, the question types they use are more like asking about contrast levels, etc. So how I think is they're harder to control if people understood the task. That's one thing I say, but I think it's worth trying all of them because we don't know if they're gonna change in the same way.
Thank you.
All right, and Haley, are you online? I know it's getting later and later, so I think you're next on the schedule, but.
Brilliant, I am here. Give me 2 seconds to refill this water real quick.
Yep, get you some water, and then while you get water, I can briefly introduce you. So Haley is a PhD candidate at Vanderbilt University, and I actually have not, I should have looked at the talk first to see what she's going to be talking about. Pardon me while I scroll. Yeah, so she's going to be talking about depth perception and stylized graphics in AR head-mounted displays. So Haley, I will hand it over to you.
All right, brilliant. Good evening, everyone. Let me get the slideshow up. Smashing. Okay. Sharing screen. Brilliant. Can everyone see my slides?
Yep, you're good.
Brilliant. All right, let's start. So good evening, good afternoon, or good morning. My name is Haley Adams, and I am a PhD candidate in computer science, Vanderbilt University. I guess thank you for the earlier introduction. And today I'm happy to present my work titled, or currently working title, Depth Perception and Stylized Graphics in AR. And this was work that was conducted under the tutelage of Bobby Bodenheimer, Sarah Creamer-Gare, and Janine Stefanucci. This work, if anyone went to IEEE VR this year, is somewhat of a continuation of that one. And it's not been yet submitted or written up, so you guys are getting a bit of a sneak peek. But this work addresses the perception of scale in AR displays, which is an important problem that needs to be understood if AR is to be successfully deployed in applications that require accurate spatial perceptions, for example, training applications. So one of the goals for this ongoing project is to understand how AR displays themselves affect the perception of environmental scale, and to understand which characteristics of virtual objects rendered in these displays affect perception when these virtual objects are rendered in the context of the real world. So at present, we have evidence that head-mounted displays can influence people's perception of space, also called near-eye displays. But we don't completely understand what factors contribute to this behavior. So in virtual reality displays, there's this very consistent effect of distance underestimation. And there's evidence from this research that the physical properties of these displays, such as the weight and the field of view, are contributing factors. Although these factors alone do not account for all of the distance underestimation we see in these displays. And more recent research conducted in augmented reality displays, augmented reality head-mounted displays in particular, has also revealed this emerging trend of distance underestimation. However, the results of this research are more volatile, especially when near distance are assessed. And one explanation for this variability in depth perception in AR has to do with how virtual graphics are integrated into real world scenes. Because although, and I guess Rick kind of talked about this a bit earlier, but although contemporary augmented reality displays can render quite compelling virtual overlays, the integration between real and virtual information is imperfect. And in fact, completely consistent depth queue integration is impossible with the current technology, given just inherent engineering and optical limitations. So for example, kind of a classic example, optical see-through displays like the Microsoft HoloLens or the Magic Leap cannot render black color values. And that's because they rely on additive light to create virtual images. In research by Draskic and Milgram in 1996, as well as Kruja et al.'s revisiting of it, the perceptual issues in AR document that I'm sure many people here have read, discuss this possibility that conflicting depth information between real and virtual cues is a contributing factor to depth misperception in AR, although this hasn't really been tested so much. But their idea was motivated by prior research in real world spaces on perception and depth queue integration theory, which has shown that consistent depth queue information is important for improving the accuracy of your perception of space and depth judgments within that space. However, here's the plot twist you may have already seen coming. Based on the title is, in this work, I'm actually going to argue that realistic graphics may not be requisite for accurate space perception in AR displays. So this idea is motivated in part with some of my prior research, so I'm going to self-reference a little bit, in which I investigated the influence of the appearance of cast shadows on surface contact perception. I really looked at cast shadows as kind of a case study for understanding the way people look at different graphics in AR displays. So because we look at cast shadows because they play an important, and they're coming back here, I know. Because cast shadows play an important role in establishing surface contact in real environments, we investigated how the presence and the appearance of cast shadows affected people's surface contact judgments in mixed reality. And those investigations actually resulted in 4 experiments and 2 pubs, one of which is published and one of which is in preparation. But what we found in this work was that the presence of cast shadows was important for the accuracy of surface contact judgment. So is that virtual object floating in the air or is it in contact? Because in both video and optical see-through displays, it's often there's this qualitative experience where people describe it that things look like they're floating, which is a nice perceptual indicator that something is wrong. But remarkably, we found that people's judgments were often more accurate for these non-photorealistic white shadows that you see in the corner, which we'd originally actually included as kind of a base case to compare against more perceptually realistic and more realistic motivated rendering techniques. And this happened not only for optical see-through, an optical see-through display, the HoloLens 1 in this body of work, but also for a video see-through display. And in this context, that was the HTC Vive Pro with an attached Z Mini, which was surprising because video see-through displays are capable of color blending and they can render that gamut of dark color values. But yeah, so these provided some earlier evidence that the presence of a cue was perhaps more important than the realism of the cue. So in follow-up work, we looked at the presence and the absence purely of cast shadows in video see-through displays and optical see-through displays again. This time we looked at the Vario XR3 and the HoloLens 2, both of which are kind of cutting edge displays for their respective categories. And this work, we kind of wanted to extend this to a more common spatial perception measure in the field and to better generalize this kind of strange, we thought initially, finding. And in this work, we actually, we only looked at shadows and we looked at the absence of shadows. And we found that shadows generally help make people's judgments more accurate, which is something that we would have expected to see. And we also found that there was a lot more distance underestimation in the video see-through display than our optical see-through display. There's a couple of reasons that we address in that paper and that we don't directly talk about, but they're important to note for some of our later discussion, is that there's a couple of ergonomic differences here. One is that the Vario XR, mentioning that prior VR work, the Vario XR3 has much more narrow, well, technically it has a wider field of view, but the field of view that's restricted is completely blocked. And the HoloLens, by comparison, has a much smaller virtual field of view, but it's otherwise, your view of the real world is unaltered. Also, the Vario XR3 is much heavier. So given this prior work that shows that small field of view in VR and weight of a head-mounted display are contributing factors to distance underestimation, it's perhaps not surprising that in that initial work, we found a bit more underestimation. Jumping the gun a bit there. So in the current work, we actually wanted to do direct comparisons between stylized graphics and realistic graphics for cast shadows. To allow for an absolute direct comparison between the two. But we again in this work are going to use distance estimation as our primary measure for understanding how these factors impact people's spatial perception. So given this prior research, we developed 4 hypotheses. First, we expected that targets would be underestimated in both devices. Second, we anticipated that, excuse me, the Vario would induce more distance underestimation than the HoloLens 2 based on that prior work. So this would be replicating our prior study. Third, another finding that we had there was whenever objects were positioned above the ground, people assessed it as farther away. And this happened even when a cast shadow was present, which is a somewhat strange finding because typically when a surface contact cue, like a cast shadow, is present, it overrides any kind of ambiguity in the position of the object, and it provides enough information for you to make accurate depth judgments. And we find that with virtual reality work, traditional graphics, computer graphics work, and in one prior AR study, or actually multiple prior AR studies. So because of that odd finding, we decided to test that again. And we had this hypothesis that based on prior work by Kaito et al. Actually, that people would judge floating objects as farther away. And then for our fourth hypothesis, this is a bit a funky one, is we proposed or hypothesized that estimates would be similar between this glowing ring condition, which was a stylized graphic along the ground, and between that and a realistic cast shadow. So to address our hypotheses, we utilized a within subject spectorial design with display, shadow shading, target height, and target distance as factors. Distance judgments were obtained through an absolute measure of distance perception, verbal report, and targets were presented at 3, 4.5, and 6 meters. They were also presented 3 times each. We reduced potential learning effects between display conditions by moving participants to the opposite side of the room for the second part of the study. And you can see pictures of that on the bottom right here. We then used a linear mixed effects model to investigate the influence of device and target height on people's depth judgments. We also used the Bayes factors package in R to compute Bayes factors between conditions. And this allowed us to assess that the null hypothesis Okay, so here's our results. So our results showed again that distance judgments across both displays were underestimated, which is a finding that supports that first hypothesis, replicates our prior work. It also reinforces this growing body of literature in augmented reality HMDs that's found distance estimates and to be underestimated. In support of H2, we then found that participants were more accurate at estimating distances in the HoloLens 2 than in the Vario XR3, with an average of 24% underestimation in the HoloLens 2 and 29% underestimation in the Vario XR3. This underestimation is actually greater than in our prior work, which is interesting. And it's likely actually because in the prior work, we had a condition where shadows are not rendered. We also had a main effect of height in that work. So cast shadows and surface contact information generally for spatial perception are really important because when a shadow, for example, is gone, you make judgments based on the optical contact of where an object intersects with the plane or ground surface beneath it. As a result, when it's gone, people will overestimate. So this additional underestimation we find here is because all of the conditions because all of the conditions we evaluate in this study have a grounding cue. They all have a surface contact cue. And again, this difference we find between the Vario XR3 and the HoloLens 2 provides some possible evidence or more additional support for this difference in weight and field of view between the two HMDs being a contributing factor, but we don't explicitly control for that in this study. So we need a more direct evaluation, and it's an interesting area for future research. I think Rick mentioned a bit of unqualitative data earlier. So I want to share a couple of interesting comments from participants that are just particularly insightful. After the experiment, we asked a series of questions in a semi-structured interview format. One of the questions was one display easier than the other? So as you can see from the very simple bar chart, by and large, most people thought the HoloLens was easier, or they didn't think one of the displays was more challenging than the other. So subject 11 makes the comment, which discusses a bit of, we know that whenever you introduce augmented reality displays through video cameras, there's a lot of really complicated corrections they do to undistort the view for the viewer, even though you're using cameras that are physically separated from your eyes. But there's some distortion that's still experienced by participants. And so, for example, subject 11 states that the Vario cameras make it feel like you're in a different place. And they actually were biomechanical engineering students, so they had a bit of knowledge on these kinds of displays. And they mentioned this camera shift. They also mentioned some lighting shifts, which are likely due to camera compensations as the Vario display moves across light in a similar manner to what many webcams do. And mine is probably done throughout this talk. Another interesting component they mentioned that some of the perception and action people present might appreciate is, this isn't the only participant that mentioned this, but they say that they didn't know where they stood. Another participant, or two other participants, also mentioned not being able to detect their body or see their body, and that having an adverse effect on their judgments. In contrast, the people who preferred the Vario or thought it was easier said so because they didn't have to move their head movement, they didn't have to search for the grounding cues or shadows. Then for our, running a little overtime, so I'll speed up a bit. So for our third and fourth hypotheses, we actually did not find H3. And this is likely due in part to that effect I mentioned previously. There was no condition where a grounding cue was not present. And so I think over the trials, people were generally more consistent with their underestimations. So this finding in retrospect makes sense. In hypothesis 4, we also predicted the estimates would be similar between the ring and shadow conditions, and this we do find. And our Bayes factors analysis also supports this. When asked for subjective feedback, people's responses were somewhat variable. Although in this this bar chart, you can see somewhat of a preference for the ring condition. Participants generally mention this because it's high contrast and they can see it. A lot of people were ambivalent. But there's the people who prefer the shadow often mention they liked it because of the realism. However, as we can see from their data, this preference between the two conditions doesn't seem to actually affect their performance. And this echoes actually some of the comments I've collected from prior studies as well, where even participants who were somewhat irked at the appearance of this unrealistic shadow still performed just as well with the stylized graphic. So in conclusion, people underestimated distances in both displays. There was more underestimation in the video see-through display. and distance judgments in this study did not differ between targets with realistic and stylized surface contact cues. There's certainly a number of limitations to the study. For example, the use of verbal report is highly variable, and we've done a lot of things to compensate for that. But in future work, planning to use an action-based measure of distance perception to help tease out some of the interesting findings we found between the two studies. But as for now, thank you for listening to my presentation. I look forward to any questions you have if we have time. And this material is also based on work supported by the Office of Naval Research, as well as a bit from my Microsoft Research dissertation grant. So thank you for funding us. And that's all I got for the moment.
Thank you, Haley. I have not, okay, chat is over here. I'm losing screens. Anybody have any questions? I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions, a couple minutes.
Yes, I have a
Hopefully
question.
that was coherent. I'm not, my late nights don't hit me like they used to.
Yeah, I think, Sab, did you have a question?
Yes, you gave a great talk, despite the fact that it is, well into the middle of the night. Thank you for this talk. It was very interesting. And yeah, I did note, and you did mention towards the end of your talk that if you have a chance to replicate the study, you would use perhaps an action-based measure. We found consistently that verbal reports are highly erroneous and variable, although in your study, in your data, participants are quite consistent. The variability is less with verbal reports, as I have seen, as compared to what I have seen in the past in some of the work that we have done in my lab. So,
yeah,
and I also found it very interesting.
The first study I ran, oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. What was the nature? How did you? Sorry, I have a lot of questions, but I'll keep it short so that others will have a chance to also ask. How did you use verbal reports to have participant respond? Was it extrinsic? Like, did you use meters, centimeters, foot, or something like that?
Yeah, it was
intrinsic.
It is extrinsic. They just use explicit. We would put them in the hallway and have them practice. And it's so in a different physical space. They would practice making a few distance judgments, but I didn't use the same range. I've heard some different philosophies on this, but my practice rounds were really just for base metrics. So they would tell me if they wanted to use feet, yards, or meters, and I would have them assess a foot, a yard, a meter, half a meter, and then I would bring them into the testing environment. Or into the physical room where they would begin the experiment. But they gave it in just classic cognitive measures of distance, which is more variable. I was really surprised our first study, we found 15% underestimation in the HoloLens 2. We found more here, which is I'm pretty certain due to the shadows component, because the 15% underestimation was interesting because we found almost the exact same with blind walking in the HoloLens 1 a couple of years prior. So I was also surprised to find it as consistent as it was. But I think it is still between conditions. I think it's a bit harder to parse out still because it is still more variable. It makes the analysis, I think, a bit more tricky.
Yeah. And there is literature out there that has shown that an intrinsic, if you were to use verbal reports due to technical considerations or limitations or what have you, then an intrinsic measure might be better. And we often, in the past, we did a lot of work in near field distance estimation, partly because of the fact that then participants, as advised by my long-standing collaborator, Chris Pagano, who's a well-known perceptual psychologist, that an intrinsic measure as what proportion of the maximum arm reach is this distance, right?
Yes.
works
so much
out
of spatial
well,
perception is
but-
body scaled.
Yeah.
And it was
That's right.
definitely due to, we did verbal report in this study, and it's one of the things I deeply regret. The Vario XR3 at the time, we didn't have the extra long cable for it, so we could not do blind walking. But blind walking is my favorite for action space because
Gotcha,
people are so
gotcha.
accurate at it, even in real world spaces.
Okay, one other question I want to quickly ask is that with the Vario XR, and I don't know anything about video see-through augmented reality, how can one control, for instance, the intraocular distance, making sure that the intraocular distance measured from the participant, looking at optical infinity, matches the distance that you set between the two external cameras? Because that's something that you'll have to set as well. You can manipulate the eye separation inside the head-mounted display, but then can you manipulate the separation between the cameras to match the IPD? And that might be a factor that could potentially affect participants' distance estimation.
Oh, I absolutely agree.
Any thoughts?
There's so you can, so from the Vario allows for IPD adjustment, and so technically in this one I leverage the automatic IPD adjustment. I do kind of wish, just because funny things happened with IPD, that I'd recorded that. Unfortunately, I did not. No, the cameras don't move. I assume they have a software solution somehow to help reverse some of the distortions, like barrel distortions are really common in camera lenses. But as far as the position of the cameras for the eyes, it's not public information to my knowledge on how they compensate for that. But that's another one of those, like the forward displacement of the cameras, as well as the center position being different from yours, are definitely factors that contribute to this distortion that people can feel. The first time, it's a bit like putting on prism adaptation lenses. Whenever you reach out to touch something, you miss initially with the Vario. And it's a good video see-through display. I worked with a couple others in the past, and this is by far the best one I've at least personally experienced. But even with that, I still miss the first time I reach out to grab something, for example.
Okay. And as just a comment, as somebody who has studied visual motor recalibration for a long time, it would also be interesting to look at how distance estimations changed over time, over the number of trials, both in the HoloLens as well as the video see-through augmented reality. If you have a chance to go back and look at that data, then it would be very interesting. I would be very intrigued to see whether there was, you talked about prism adaptation, which is a form of learning. I wonder if there's evidence for that type of adaptation on distance estimation that occurred with the Vario as well as with the HoloLens too. Thank you.
I'm also kind of curious. I know John Kelly has come up with some work where in VR, at least, he's looked at people kind of updating over time and then performing distance estimation. I suspect with a lot of these paradigms, we have them stand somewhere and then they judge. We don't let them explore with the AR or VR display much. And I do think, because a number of people with that subjective feedback at the end mentioned, they're like, oh, well, now that we're talking about it and I see the room, I now realize that I was underestimating. But they had no idea during the experiment. It wasn't until I started asking them questions at the end and they started looking around, which to me is a qualitative sign, at least, that apart from like the quantitative data also from Kelly's work, there's something definitely there that's worth investigating, especially with AR devices.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to y'all both, both for the good questions and also for the
conversation.
Well, we need to move on, but thank you so much, Haley. That was really great. And also we may have time at the end, or a friendly reminder that I think there is that Gather Town virtual place. So there's always room for more conversations throughout the week because it's just beginning. So I'll go ahead and introduce our final speaker for the night is Shakiba Davari. and she is a PhD student at Virginia Tech. And she's going to be talking about context-aware inference and adaptation in intelligent augmented reality interfaces. So I will pass it over to Shakiba.
Thank you so much. Just 1 second, me sharing my screen. There we go. Okay, you guys have my screen?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so as Missy mentioned, my name is Shakiba. I'm a PhD student in the 3DI lab at Virginia Tech, and I work under the supervision of Doug Bowman. I'm going to talk about my PhD topic, which is on context-aware inference and adaptation in intelligent augmented reality. So in today's life, from personal life to work, our performance, our productivity, sometimes even our safety have been tied to all of these digital information that we're surrounded with and we're using them. And because of this heavy reliance of our day-to-day tasks and our performance on this digital content, the efficiency of accessing this information can significantly affect our performance and our productivity. Today, to display this digital content, we usually use our physical screens and our computing devices like our smartphones and personal computers with multiple monitors. But the physical and financial limitations and the computational constraints of our computing devices limits the size, the shape, and the number of the available screens on these devices. Which not only adds many constraints to the information that we can access and the way that we can access them, but also it can affect the performance of our tasks in the real life and our social and environmental awareness even. On the other hand, we have AR that can use the whole world as a canvas to display this information at any time and any place, which enables displaying 3D and immersive information, as well as allowing access to multiple pieces of information at a time as fast and as easy as a glance. And all of these potentials have made AR a good candidate to be the future of everyday information access. To the point that 20 years ago, Feiner predicted that ultimately, much like telephones and PCs, AR would become a part of our everyday life and display information that we expect to see both at work and at play. And at 2003, Diverdi proposed AR Win, which was a desktop AR desktop workspace. And now that AR head-worn displays are becoming more lightweight and powerful, we're getting closer to that predicted future. So AR allows the display of as many information as you want, anywhere you want, at any time. But this can actually be a double-edged sword. As you can see in this hyper-reality video from Matsuda, in an AR interface, if we display too much information, or if the interface is displaying the wrong information at the wrong time or in the wrong place, it can overwhelm the user or create occlusion, visual clutter, distractions, and other issues that can negatively affect the user's performance, their awareness of their environment, and even their social interactions and their safety. So the desired AR interface is an interface that knows what information and in what form the user wants and provides efficient and reliable access to the information, but also knows the limitations of the user and the interface and avoids causing any new challenges for the user. For example, here, the apps that the user is accessing more frequently are placed around their monitor, where it's the most convenient to access, but it's also not obtrusive to them. But throughout the day, a person encounters many different contexts and performs different tasks in different environments. And the best AR
one context may be undesirable or at some point even harmful in another context. For example, the desired interface for quick information access when the user is on the move is different than when they're cooking or when they're in their office or talking to a friend. So in other words, to have that desired interface that provides efficient information access without creating additional problems for the user, the interface must display the right information at the right time and in the right place and right form. And to do that, the interface needs to have proper knowledge of the user's context, of who the user is, what their state and their environment is, and what are they doing. For example, even when the user is doing the same task, based on the environment that they're in, their preference of the interface would be different. Or even when the user is doing the same task in the same environment, and they may have different preferences on how the content is displayed based on the relevance of that content to their task and their environment. So the goal is to have an intelligent interface that can detect the user's context and at each time infer the things that may trigger an adaptation to the AR content or to how they're displayed and accessed. And with that goal in mind, my research specifically focuses on addressing 3 research questions. To validate the benefits of context-aware AR interfaces, we need to know how can context awareness affect the AR interface's effectiveness. To design adaptive interfaces and adaptations, we need to know what are the elements of AR interface that can be adapted based on the context. And finally, to design an effective intelligent AR interface, we need to know how to use this context and get to the correct adaptation. So to address research question 1, we explore the effect of context awareness in multiple contexts. To address research question 2, we've explored some elements of AR for adapting the content and how it's visually displayed to the user in this specific context. And we're also aiming to provide a more extensive list of adaptations to the content and AR input and output. And to address research question 3, we've manually designed context-aware interfaces for those specific contexts. And in our ongoing work, we're providing a framework for designing intelligent interfaces that would automatically do so. So our first study aims to explore the effect of context awareness in a real-world monitoring context. And to do so, we designed a simulated AR experience in which the user monitors a moving child to make sure that they can respond whenever the child is waving at them. And in this experience, the user has 6 apps opened around them. And in this simulation, these specific virtual apps represent the virtual content, while the room, the child, and everything else around the user is representing the real world. So as shown here in the non-adaptive interface, all of the apps are prioritized and opaque, and the user can manually click on them to make them transparent and see behind them. So for this context, we designed 3 context-aware interfaces. The first interface adds a blinking outline around the virtual content that is occluded by the child. The second interface automatically makes any of the virtual content that's occluding the child transparent. And then the third interface prioritizes the real world and makes everything transparent initially, since the child is moving in the room and the awareness of the whole room is required. And the user can manually click on each one of the virtual apps to make them opaque. And to explore the effect of context awareness, we ran a user study on 32 participants to evaluate the performance and the user preference about these 3 context-aware interfaces compared to a non-adaptive interface. And our results validates the benefits of context-aware AR in this context, showing that context awareness decreased the operation count, and it made it faster and easier to both access information from the virtual content and find the child and notice that he's waving at them. The second study aimed to explore the effect of context awareness in a social context. In this study, we explored making adaptations to the content that is available to the user and to the transparency and position of the displayed content. So we designed a context-aware interface that prioritizes the real world by making the virtual content transparent by default, and then using that as a way to reduce the distraction for the user who's in the conversation. And in the interface, we also used speech recognition to extract the content of the conversation and automatically make the apps that are relevant to the user's conversation opaque and available. We also used computer vision to detect the position and the boundaries around the conversation partner's face and ensure its visibility by moving any occluding virtual content. So we conducted a within subject user study on 36 participants to evaluate the performance of this interface compared to non-adaptive interface, in which the virtual content is prioritized and visible by default, and then the user can manually change their transparency by clicking on them. And our results show that the context-aware interface was preferred by the user, and it was less intrusive to the user's awareness of social cues that were occurring during the conversation, and it was faster and easier for accessing information. Again, confirming the important role of context awareness in the effectiveness of AR interfaces. Our third study explores 2 contexts involving the same task, once in a solo setting and once in collaboration. In the study, we explore making adaptations both to the content that is available to the user and to their visual display. And for our interface design, we consider placing virtual content near the physical objects that are relevant to them. We also considered representing a cluster of virtual items in different levels of detail. For example, the collaborative setting may affect whether the user would like to see and display, whether the user would like all of their virtual items to be displayed at all time, or they would like a lower level of detail in which one item represents a larger cluster of apps. And our next step is to conduct a user study and evaluate our context-aware interfaces in these 2 contexts. In our ongoing project, we're providing a framework for designing intelligent interfaces that extract the important components of the user context. And then using that, they learn how to infer the triggers that can cause an AR adaptation. And based on that, they make the proper adaptations towards the optimal interface. For this framework to work, however, we need to know what context is. And to answer this question, we use the reverse engineering approach and try to get from the desired context-aware interface to a taxonomy of context that includes the context components that serve our goal. So our goal is to have an interface that properly adapts to the context. An AR interface can make adaptations to adjust what information is presenting to the user, how these information are presented to the user, and how the user can interact with them. And part of our work focuses on constructing a list of these adaptations. And by identifying these adaptations and the triggers that cause them to be activated, we propose a taxonomy of context that is built upon three main sources. The user context provides knowledge about the current state of the user and their profile. The setting provides information about environmental, social, physical, global, and other knowledge from the user's current setting. An activity provides information about the associations and interactions of the user with their setting or with like other components of each other. So let me explain this by a couple of examples. Consider the example of our context-aware interface for a social context. Initially, during the conversation, all of the user's virtual content are transparent. But once a friend asks the user about the possibility of rain on Saturday, the interface makes the weather application opaque, but it also displays the page of the app that shows precipitation forecast of the week. And what triggers this adaptation is that the user needs to know the precipitation forecast for that week. So by detecting a few components from the user context, the intelligent interface would have that proper knowledge and information to infer that the user needs this information. So the interface would need to detect that the user is talking and they're in a conversation, that another person is present in the user setting, and it needs to detect what the content of the other person's conversation or speech is. And it also has to detect that the other person is actually having a conversation with our user. So the question is towards our user. Or on the same example, when it was transparent, the weather application was initially at the user's eye level, as you can see here. But the context-aware interface adapts the position of this app when it makes it opaque, and it moves it up. What triggers this adaptation is the importance of the visibility of the area behind that app, which is the conversation partner's face. And by detecting a few components from the user's context, the intelligent interface would have enough information to infer the importance of that area to the user. So the interface would need to detect that the user is talking, that another person is present, that it needs to detect where the other person's face is, and it also needs to detect that the other person is in a conversation with our user or interacting with our user, and their face is actually of importance to the user. Or in another example, imagine another scenario where the user is in their private office reading a book, and they're using voice command to interact with their AI interface. Someone knocks on the door, enters the room, and the context-aware interface adapts the default input modality to anything other than voice command. And here, again, two things trigger this limitation on the input modality. One of them is users' privacy and public acceptance, and in general, the fact that the user is in a public setting now. And then the other one is the fact that the input modality, which is the user's speech, is occupied now. So by detecting two context components, the interface can infer this limitation on that input modality. And those two would be detecting if the user is talking, which means their speech is occupied, and detecting if another person is present, which means the user is in a public setting now. So today I talked about a couple of our studies that show better performance of context-aware interfaces in different contexts. I also talked about different elements of an AR interface that can be adapted to improve the interface's effectiveness. Then I discussed our approach to go back from the adaptations towards identifying the context components that affect an AR interface's effectiveness. And finally, I briefly mentioned our proposed framework for designing intelligent AR interfaces and our taxonomy for context that includes components from 3 sources: user, user setting, and their activity. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
think
trying to find my Zoom screen.
Yeah, I was trying to find my unmute button, so I can relate. Too many screens, but
yeah,
we have time for probably a couple of questions before we wrap up. So anybody feel free to chime in or send a message in chat, and I'll try to keep an eye on that as well if I can find it.
I guess I'll go ahead if nobody else has a burning question. I think this is really interesting work. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'm interested in sort of where you're going with the context awareness. Are you planning to go through an intermediate stage? And by that, I mean, rather than having the system automatically detect whether you're in a public place or not, maybe just have the user say public, right? To have a manual context switch rather than detecting it.
Yeah. So that's actually a really good question. And I think I've thought about that a lot. And that's definitely a good approach in a lot of situations. Like right now, even like I look at my iPhone and they're adding all of these new features for setting up your own different modes that would like your work mode and everything. So you're kind of manually telling what your context is to the interface. But the one big problem with AR is that once you're wearing the AR eyeglasses and you're taking it everywhere with you, it may be a little bit more challenging to keep asking the user. But also that would still be required in order to build that context-aware system, because we still need a lot of data in order to train that intelligent system. So maybe yes and no. Yes, in terms of initially, I think that would have to be the way that at least we gather the data. But the final eventual goal is to remove that step.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if there are no other pressing questions, please feel free to put a question in chat if you still have one. I think I'll take us toward wrapping up. Is that all right? But first off, thank you very much to all 3 of our speakers, to Aisun, to Haley, and to Shakiba. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for 3 really excellent talks that I think were all really interesting. Thank you to Missy and Etienne, who I don't think was able to join us, for helping to organize this workshop. And thank you to everyone who stayed up. I think most of our participants are in America and it is getting very late. So thank you for making the time to participate on a Sunday evening, I suppose.
Nope. Actually, for many now it's Monday morning, so I guess there's that. Still Sunday for me though. But also I'll interrupt you and then I'll hand it back to you. But I'll interrupt you to say also thank you, Rick, for not only organizing, but also doing a great job with the presentation, because I really enjoyed it. You know, second time is great. And I think third time would be even better. So maybe I'll catch it again sometime.
I'll keep giving it if people keep asking. So, you know, I'm not going to say no to that. But yes, thank you to everyone. Thank you to Saab for staying the whole time and asking excellent questions. Thank you to everybody else who stayed and participated. Yeah, I think this has been a challenging year and a challenging several year for a lot of us for a lot of reasons, right? I don't mean to say one way or another, but I'm grateful that we were able to make this happen. That being said, I will say that there, at least as of now, there probably will not be a PERCAR at IEEE VR in the North American spring, Northern Hemisphere spring, because I think we might need a break. However, I say that as a might, because if you are interested in participating at a future PERCAR, or if you are interested in helping organize a future PERCAR, get in touch. I'm easy to find online. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me, my email, whatever. There is a PERCAR website. It's percxr.com. That has contact information on it. Oh, I just sent that to Saab, not to everybody. So let's try that again. So, you know, if this is a community that you want to be part of, that you want to see grow, please feel free to get in touch. We are tired and actively seeking new participation. So please don't hesitate to put your hand up. I know that many of us academics are loath to put our own hand up for things, but if you're here, you are welcome, right? And we would be very happy to hear from you. But yeah, I think that is probably about all I had to say. Missy, would you like to add anything else before we bring PERCAR 2 of 2022 to a close?
No, just thanks to everyone. I see a lot of people that are more tired than me. And so yeah, thanks to everybody. This has been really great, and I've enjoyed it this year too.
Yeah, so thanks very much to everyone, to Missy, to the speakers, to the listeners. If you want to participate in a future PERCAR, get in touch. We will tentatively not be at VR 23. And we might be at ISMAR 23, or we might be back at VR 24, or we'll see what happens. But, you know, thanks for everything. Have a great night, a great day, whatever it is where you are.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, all. Thanks for making the time.
Thank you. It was a great workshop. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, Saab. I appreciate it. Thank you for sticking around the whole time. You were our most valuable audience member.
You're being too kind.
Thank you. Also, you were the most valuable audience. All the questions.
See you, Haley. Have a good night. Get some rest.